any at this time. Is Chief Hurley here? Sorry. Can you give him a holler? Yeah, he has one, so. So this is our first meeting, back meeting in person. There will be, we are still having remote participation, so people can participate either in person here or remotely. So there might be a couple curveballs as we go along tonight. We'll see how it goes. And then I'm just going to give it a second for Chief Hurley, because he does have an announcement. Chief. Where'd he go? Hey, Chief. Putting you on the spot here. So, announcements and public comments, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got to get used to in person again. The last week I had sent the board, our animal control officer, Desmond Keogh, has resigned and will be taking a position with the Eastham Police Department, full-time patrol officer's position. So we just want to wish him well and wish him in his new endeavor. Those are big shoes to fill, but we'll start working on our animal control position, how to move forward.
Okay. Use of town property, Rebecca Arnoldi. Is Rebecca either here or in person, or is she a participant?
Is she on the list?
No. Oh. Okay. So I'll take no action at this time. Her requests are kind of complex, so. Scott Francis, Challenger Sports, Bakersfield. Scott, are you here in person or? Nope, not here either. Okay.
He knew he was on.
Okay, so what would be the advised action? Should we take no action on that as well?
You could. He's done it previously, but if you wanted to speak to him about it.
How does the board feel?
If he's not here, if we're sure he's not here.
Yep.
I'd rather not act on it.
Okay. So we'll take no action, I guess, as well. Licenses, Fox and Crow, Trudy.
Good evening.
Howdy.
I'm Trudy Vermeeren. I have Fox and Crow. And I have moved from 6 Commercial Street to 70 Main Street. And that requires a change of location from my liquor license. In tandem with this is a change to Fitzgerald Hill LLC's liquor license. Grant Hester is here to do that part of it as well. The whole property has 2 locations where there is alcohol served. One is in the lower kitchen, which is more of a banquet area. And then the other one that everyone's more familiar with probably is the tavern room. So in order for me to occupy the tavern, they have to relinquish that same square footage because we can't operate. And in the past, it's always been operated under one proprietor. So me being a lessee, it's a little bit different. So I'm requesting to move into that space and to also have an outdoor space in the front, which would be controlled, a controlled area, which is, I don't believe on the current liquor license. That's my request.
Okay. Are there any questions for Trudy or any concerns? This is a public hearing. Just because for liquor license, they are public hearings. So I move to approve the amendment filed May 6th, 2022 to the Fox and Crow Inc. Annual liquor license, changing the address from 6 Commercial Street to 70 Commercial Street, Wellfleet.
Helen, second.
70 Main.
70, sorry, you're right, 70 Main Street.
I do it all the
Yeah.
time.
Helen, second.
Thank
Okay, can I have a roll call vote?
John, I.
Barbara, I.
Brian, I.
Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Would
Thank you, Trudy.
like the receipts from the mail?
They could be given to Rebecca.
Okay,
Thank you for providing the additional material.
thank you.
Okay, Fitzgerald Hill LLC, Grant Hester and John O'Toole. You can take a seat at the. Welcome to Wellfleet.
Thank you.
So, yeah, okay, so. Can you describe what the activities are that are being altered?
Basically, the activities are the same. It's just we're leasing out the tavern space to Trudy Ramarin
Okay,
for the Fox and Crow. Everything else remains the same. We'll still have the event space. And the liquor license there.
and we would be amending the liquor license. So I move to approve the amendment filed May 6, 2022 to Fitzgerald Hill LLC, Grant Hester and John O'Toole to amend all annual liquor license to alter the premises to accommodate the Fox and Crow Inc.
Helen, second.
Okay, can I have a roll call vote, please?
John, I.
Barbara, I.
Brian, I.
Helen, I.
Motion carries 4-0. Sorry, I keep waiting for the 5th one and.
John, I'll take turns seconding with you.
Oh, thank you.
You go
Todd
next.
Labart. Or anybody from Beachcomber?
Yeah.
Brian.
Yep.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
That we, if there's nobody here from there, that this is thoroughly routine. They had this going last year.
Dan Murray's on the Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Can you unmute Dan Murray and get him on?
Okay, they passed.
Sorry. Hey, Mike picked that up.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have the ability, otherwise I would.
Yeah.
It's the glasses and the mask don't work.
Yeah, did they hear?
Yep.
Yeah, Dan Murray. There's no sound coming from.
Say it again.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
I think so too. That makes sense.
the volume is muted out here.
I agree. I
Anybody
agree.
here?
I agree, yes.
Wait a minute. All
And
right, so we'll come back to Dan Murray.
can you hear me now? I'm sorry about that.
Wait, no, wait a minute. You said one was pointing down.
The donation of 4 parcels of land from Gunther Baxis to the town of Wellfleet to be placed into the care and custody.
Yeah, I got
of
that.
Conservation Commission. So these are 4 parcels of land. None of them are buildable. They all abut marshes or are marshes themselves. Are there any questions about these parcels? And so town council has said all that we need to do is have a motion of the select board to accept the donation of the parcels. So at this time, I move to accept the donation of 4 parcels of land from Gunther Back's estate to the town of Wellfleet and to be placed into the care and custody of the Wellfleet Conservation Commission.
John second.
Roll call vote, please.
John, I.
Barbara, I.
Brian, I.
Helen, I.
Okay.
And thank you. Thank you, Gunther Back's estate.
Chief Hurley? Where'd he go? Where did he run off to? Oh, there he. Yep.
We gotta wait till after the hearing, so we can wait for the next one, not this one.
No, the cops grant.
Yeah, it has a mitigation I'll need. some people on
Okay.
Zoom, so. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the board this evening. The request in front of you last month, an opportunity came through the U.S. Department of Justice for a COPS grant, which has been out since the mid-1990s, and it helped assist communities looking to either add staff or bring back staff due to layoffs or issues with the budget. So as you all know, currently right now in the warrant for next month is a request for 2 positions due to the police reform bill from December of 2020. And this opportunity happened to come along. So step 1 would be to see if the board would be interested in myself applying. Unfortunately, the deadlines are going to be before the election. So prior to submitting the grant, I will not know how town meeting went. So it's kind of out of turn a bit, as they say, but I just wanted to bring the opportunity forward. It could help for 3 years, pay portions of the salary and benefits for those 2 positions for the town.
Okay, and you're just seeking authorization and pursue the grant at this time?
Yep, I can pursue it. But with all other grants I've ever administered, it's not official until you sign the contract. So it's something we could investigate, look into, and if we do receive it, I'll be back in front of you again for acceptance of the grant.
Okay. Are there any questions? It's a great way to reduce the costs of the additional police officers on the taxpayers for at least a few years. So I move to authorize Police Chief Hurley to pursue the COPS grant.
Helen, second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
John, I.
Barbara, I.
Brian, I.
Helen, I.
So hazard mitigation plan.
Yeah, I know this evening, our Assistant Town Administrator is on the call along with Martha from the Cape Cod Commission. If we don't have them available, I can wait for later in the agenda.
Okay, I can't have the public hearing start without the participants on Zoom being able to go either.
Okay,
Um,
I can give it a wing and
Hi, excuse me, Chief. I'm here
Yeah.
with the Heavener.
I mean, have they figured out the audio yet?
Martha's on there.
Is there any way to see them bigger?
would it be the TV here, Mr. Chair? I don't know.
It's supposed to come from the main speakers, but I think that turning the volume on the TV would probably get us through the night. But it might cause reverb.
My 5-year-old at home, she could have this thing working in a heartbeat, so. I could begin, Mr. Chair, if that helps at all. And,
Sure.
Again, this is an open comment period, so tonight is part of our process. Again, thank you. Every 5 years, the hazard mitigation plan is up for renewal within communities. Currently, the plan that we have is from 2016 that we are under review. It began probably mid-fall last year that we began the process. It probably should have started around this time last year, but with town staff turnover, and we didn't, at the time, did not have an assistant town administrator in place or somebody with planning background. We kind of kept holding off a bit, and due to the technicality of the plan, which we received a lot of comments on from the public, it was well beyond my scope, either as a police chief or a police officer. So the Cape Cod Commission was brought in to help us work through the plan and work with the different people that help put the plan together. So it's been out on the town's website for about 2 weeks right now. It's critical to grant funding as we move forward. It's one of the plans I know that a lot of entities will look towards or look at. And it's always a document that's in work. It's never a final document. It'll be under review again in 3.5 years by the community again. And even with the open comment period now, we can still make changes to the draft in its current form. So the document itself is over 200 pages. If you've either viewed it or seen it online, we are getting comments. Martha from the Cape Cod Commission has been taking the comments in. I just want to also mention the grade 7 class at Nauset Regional Middle School was helping participate in this also and reviewing the plan for us. And I thought, that was exciting that we had somebody looking at the plan, but there was 7th graders up at the middle school, and they were excited, and they are going to be submitting comments for the plan itself. So, I wasn't looking to rehash the whole plan this evening, just see if there was any further public comment, which closes tomorrow at 4 p.m. And then we will get the draft plan to MEMA and then to FEMA for final approval before July 6th.
Are there any comments from the board?
Yep.
Dawn?
Yeah, I confess I did not read it. I did other things, and I will read it before the end of tomorrow. But the last time it was reviewed, and I did read it, it was noticeable that reference to our exceptional condition of having a huge industry here that can be affected by this kind of event wasn't really looked at. It was a little boilerplate. And I brought it up and I said, this has to be addressed. It isn't just that a bunch of trees get smashed, which is not good in itself. But, we have had actually water spouts going through grants, and it wasn't mentioned. Is it addressed in this?
Nancy Savetta was instrumental. She did review the plan. And
Yes, thank
gave
you.
comment. And again, it's always a document that keeps being improved on. It's never a final document, as things always change. One of the things as a police chief, when reviewing the 2016 plan, was in the event of flooding at Davis's Corner in one of our mitigation action plans, because Mass DOT has a resurfacing project scheduled in 2024-ish, I believe. We can work with them to mitigate, if that road floods, that's the cutoff between South Wellfleet or getting off Cape. We have no other access roads past Lieutenant Island Road. So, that's an identifiable issue that with this project with Mass DOT, it'll go hand in hand to mitigate some of that if possible. So that's part of the things is the public understands what the plan is and how it works.
Have you gotten an accurate figure for the shellfishing industry, for the value of it?
I'll refer that to Nancy again. My role was to shepherd this plan through, work with the Cape Cod Commission. But again, if there's any further public comments or concerns, it closes tomorrow, but we can keep updating the document even through FEMA approval.
Okay. Are there any public comments at this point about the municipal vulnerability program? Okay.
Thank you.
Chief, are you looking for a positive vote of the board?
No, I mean, what FEMA likes to see is the public comment that it was brought up this evening. But if again, there's no final plan in front of you, and I hate to even call it final because the document continues to be updated and revised.
Okay.
So just wanted to present it tonight. And again, we are still taking comments until tomorrow afternoon.
All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair and Mike,
No, they're working on it. They tested it last week, it worked.
Yeah.
They're struggling right now.
Could they try unmuting the TV out here? See if that does gets us through the night at least.
Needs to be.
So we all shared what you do when it doesn't work before this meeting. The select board understood that if the technology doesn't work at a hearing, like if the people who are doing it remotely aren't audible, or if we're not audible to them, in other words, if it doesn't work, it's recommended that it be suspended because it isn't really an open meeting then, right? Because it's a hearing. I know, I feel the same way. But it was tested last week. In other words, it was tested last week. This is the kind of thing that happens.
Yep.
How about now? We can't hear it out here. Well, you can hear me because I'm loud, but. Say it again. My screen's lit up out here, but I don't think, oh, can you hear me? It's hard because I'm in the room. Yeah. Well, and I'm on the screen too. The one that's lit up, that's me. Yeah. I'm on the screen a couple times, I think. Rebecca Ruffley, unmute yourself and see if you can talk.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me
No.
talking? No? Can you hear me?
Charlie.
Muted again.
Try again.
Can you hear me? Martha has her hand up. Nothing?
Can you hear me?
Only from my.
I can hear you, Martha. I don't think they can hear us at the COA.
Well, Rebecca, if you don't mind my saying, and I don't know who can hear me, but we do actually need a vote from the board to forward the draft to FEMA.
Okay.
MEMA.
Okay, let me tell
Is my
them.
speaker up? Okay, so they can hear you because my speaker on my laptop is on the desk, so you can.
Oh, okay, so did they hear about the vote?
For the municipal vulnerability program, so we need a vote for that.
Yeah, you do need a positive vote. That's what Martha just said.
So I move to approve the 2022 municipal vulnerability program. Assessment as drafted. Is there a second?
With that,
For the municipal vulnerability program for what Chief Curley presented.
John second.
Okay. Can I have a roll call vote?
John, I.
Brian, aye.
Ellen, I.
Martha, is there anything we missed before the?
Well,
Okay.
if I might, Mr. Chair, just add that I'm not sure if this it may matter in the motion if you could just correct, it's actually not the municipal vulnerability program. It would be the draft hazard mitigation plan.
I move to amend the motion to read the draft hazard mitigation plan.
Ellen, second.
Roll call vote.
John, I.
Brian, aye.
Ellen, I. Can Rebecca Ruffley be heard at the back of the room? This is not good.
Try to keep moving though. Okay.
With us?
open the hearing on the beach rules and regulations amendment for Lookout Hollow Beach. This would, the amendment is to have Lookout Hollow Beach have a be a resident only beach. We voted it the last 2 years. Be a resident only beach, and that includes non-residents who are taxpayers as well. In our stickers. Are there any comments at this point? Helen?
I think that there, oh. Well,
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead.
Are there, I think that having listened to, oh, shut up. I think, am I doing this?
No.
Okay, sorry. I think that the use of it during a good part of certain weeks was so low. And, you know, on weekends, it was really good. The taxpayers who owned property here could go and find a place. But I think that we shouldn't restrict that beach this summer. I think we should make money from it if we can get it. We could spread out the use from the other beaches, and we should go back to using it as we always have. That's what I think at this point. It made sense during COVID, perhaps.
So that lot is not a pay by the day parking.
No, I understand that, but the point is, people who do pay for beach permits then have a wider range of beaches to go to if they're visiting, you know? And I never had a problem going to the beach. Of course, I go at the end of the day, but, you know, finding a place at Newcomb Hollow. And I just think we should have as many beaches open as possible. That's just me.
The beach is still open.
It's hard to get there. Not everybody, you're right about that, but not everybody can get there if they don't have a car or a bike.
Yep. John?
Yeah, we're asking our non-resident tax-paying visitors to pay increased short-term rental taxes. They are paying higher prices to get here now. They are paying higher prices to stay here, to eat here. I think it's unreasonable to restrict them from using any and all of the beaches to which they have access.
Yeah. Suzanne has her hand up. Let's see if it works.
Okay, let's
Yep, all
see.
right, you're good.
All right, technology. Uh-oh, am I too loud? I'm sorry.
A little.
All right, I'll stop talking. No, I would just like to clarify that Lookout Hollow was chosen to be the resident-only beach because it had such low attendance. It continues to have lower attendance during the week, which makes it possible for people who work and live in Wellfleet or live and work in Wellfleet to just buzz over to the beach and get a parking spot in the middle of a busy day. So I would urge the board to continue this policy. Thank you.
Yeah. And Suzanne, for the public, can you tell everybody how many spaces were lost this winter?
Approximately 18 spaces.
So I would actually move on these, the proposed regulations. So I move to approve the amended beach regulations as drafted. Okay. Roll call vote. Nay. Ryan, aye.
Nay. Anybody can go there.
Okay. All right, I would like to just move on the beachcomber. I think we all understand what it is. So if we can go back to licenses item C, for the Wellfleet Beachcomber, for Carl Lepard, requesting a tent license to the property. So I move to grant the license as drafted in our packet.
1 second.
Suzanne, do you have your hand up for this or?
I don't, I'm sorry, I forgot to take it down.
Yep.
Is this exactly the same thing that we saw last year?
pretty much.
Mr. Labarde around?
No, he's not here, and Dick Murray isn't.
No, I know, but I thought he might have appeared in the meantime. Um, is there no one who threw you to Suzanne? Suzanne?
What? There's nobody here to speak to it now.
Well, does she maybe know if it's exactly the same as last year? We're not looking at it, comparing it.
I work.
Mr. Chair,
Suzanne?
to the best of my knowledge, it's an exact word by word renewal to what the board voted last year, but Rebecca Ruffley would be the person who could tell you that because she's the one that's been doing the procurement for the town.
So I move to approve that license or the motion to move.
Mhm.
So can I have a roll? call, please?
John, I.
Brian, aye.
Helen, I.
Okay. Public hearings. Nora, James asked if somebody could go out and get them. So I hereby open the public hearing on for shellfish regulations 7.12, 7.12.2, 7.13.3 for minimum productivity appeal for James and Allison Gray, Wellfleet MA for license number 7312, consisting of approximately 0.5 acres on Old Wharf Road. All right. So. Yep. Nancy? Sure. Go ahead, Nancy. The mic with the wire coming out of it.
Hello. So I just want to clarify a few things and make sure I did submit a memo, but I wanted to call a couple of things out. One, the select board in its regulations has minimum productivity as $1,000 an acre. So it's a fairly low bar, and it equates to selling approximately 2,000 oysters or 3,000 quahogs a year. According to the Division of Marine Fisheries in 2020, Wellfleet Shellfish Farms total as a unit sold more than 5.6 million oysters with a value of more than 2.8 million. And we sold more than 3 million farmed quahogs with a value of more than $822,000. So we are a strong aquaculture town, and I want to see us continue to thrive. In my time here as Shellfish Constable, I've come to interpret this minimum as a way to allow for all types of shellfishing in town. Sometimes there are small families working farms, and sometimes there's people who have other full-time jobs, but they work their grants on the weekend. And I've seen a lot of different approaches to farming, and I believe that the $1,000 an acre requirement accommodates the fact that people often have to have an array of employment in order to make it work here. So I think it's reasonable. If we think back to when this position was open and we had a community discussion about shellfishing over at Preservation Hall, the shellfishing community loud and clear stated that they wanted propagation, enforcement, and communication. So before me, I took these as my marching orders, and before me, formal grant inspections were rarely done and they were not documented. So this is new territory for all of us. And it's not easy for any of us in the department to go through this exercise. These are all people that we work closely with and we care about. Our job is to enforce the regulations. That's what the town and the state has entrusted us to do, so that is what we're doing. There's no precedent and no requirements for what we are supposed to present the select board with. So we simply gathered as a team and went over things to try and do our best to provide as succinctly as possible what we feel was important to provide the select board with enough details that they could have the details necessary to review and act. Sorry. I don't think that in the past there's been such thorough documentation and that as compared to what you now receive. And so, but we're always open to bettering ourselves and bettering this industry. I would say that we worked collaboratively and openly with all of the grant holders here present. I don't think that this was a surprise to anybody. In fact, we started with 13 or more people, grant farms in this situation, and they were resolved. 7 of them were resolved due to the honest back and forth communication. It's a two-way street. And so, we are where we are right now, but yeah, I do believe that everybody here is trying their best, and I hope that will continue. The other thing that I will say, because I know that the bulleted lists that we put together were a little bit confusing where things were sent and certified mail was received. For the Shellfish Department, in order to be consistent with how we've done things in the past, we started the clock at the day that you signed for your certified mail, or if I gave it to you in person, that's the day that the clock started. And every single one of you requested your public hearing within the 2-week time frame from that. So just wanted to clarify that. And now-
So I have some concerns. I gave pretty clear instructions as to what was required for our packets. We do not have the annual reports, which are the entirety of the basis of these enforcement actions. Those at the very least should have been included in our packets and not an itemized summary. There are a number of them that leave out certain details that are listed on those annual reports. I know with some of them that they included seed that was transferred, that was sold from the grant, and that is not reflected in your summaries of the activities that were happening on the grants. Additionally, there are no letters provided by concerned citizens about these grants or these licensed areas. One of them has three letters already on record for the license, and it should have been included in the materials that were provided. Nope.
I was not copied on those letters.
Yes, you were. I even sent you the binder of everything that has to do with that license. When I went into town hall to check to see if I could source the annual report so that we would have sufficient evidence to base our actual actions on tonight, they were not in the town hall, and they were in the possession of the Shellfish Department at that time. I had asked multiple times for the annual reports to be provided, and they have not been to date. And it's not appropriate. I mean, the entirety of that's evidence in these hearings. It should not be summarized. They should have been presented in their entirety in the packets. I also wanted to say that, one of the responsibilities the select board is charged with, even though it's not part of our oath of office, it's kind of unspoken, that basically reads, don't screw this up. Don't screw up this industry. And Wellfleet's shellfish industry supports more families than any other towns in the Commonwealth. Shellfishing is one of the few occupations in town that enables working families to support themselves and live here. We lead the state in developing many of the best practices and moving this industry forward, both wild and farm. The unique ability of Wellfleet's industry to support a far larger number of working families than that of any other town with comparable landing is in its structure. Our production is from smallholders and wild pickers. We do not have 1 or 2 commercial companies accounting for the majority of the production. There's a difference in when that type of activity occurs, the industry becomes extractive, and the earnings earned in the industry are no longer retained within the local community. It is extremely upsetting to many people that we are enforcing on minimum productivity. At the same time, regulations are being promulgated that will allow any company into the town of Wellfleet. I really question the motivation behind these actions at this point.
So since 2003, I have been very aware of how the Shellfish Department has functioned. And in detail, as some of you know, most of you know, I was on the Shellfish Committee for 9 years. Before that, I was on the Shellfish Regulatory Board here for 3 years. And right now, I'm finishing up my 10th year on this board, okay? So I have never experienced such good documentation and such fairness from any shellfish constable or department as I have from Ms. Chavetta. And I also know that for the last couple of years, we've been going through COVID, and that includes everybody in the shellfishing industry and everybody on staff and everybody in the world. And as you all remember, in that first year, there were all kinds of things that could have been enforced on brutally. Lots of lack of compliance. And Ms. Chavetta chose to be sensitive about that. And she did it openly. And in terms of the relationship to this board, the Shellfish Constable, and I always think of them as a department, are very precious because many people on this board don't fish. And if they do, they have to recuse on most things. Now, everything that Ryan said is true, but I have not myself experienced that our Shellfish Constable or department has been less than supportive of that community, which is so precious and so central here. Okay, I haven't experienced it, and I'm pretty granular about paying attention. One of the things I've heard about for years is that people have licensed areas that they're named to and they don't use it. And they haven't been brought to light. Now, there can be, if you read the regs, the most recent ones, it has to be consistently for 3 years that you don't meet production requirements. 2 of these last years have been COVID. And, you know, there can be weather, there can be disease, a person can be compromised health-wise or whatever. And my experience is that the Shellfish Department is taking that into account. If you go to the town website and look at the packet for tonight and look at the documentation, which is exactly legally and compassionately what the Shellfish Department should provide, you will be impressed. And I've looked at every one of these things in detail, and I feel that while the right to appeal is really, really important, each one of these cases is somewhat different. What I don't get is why somebody, even if they've had terrible losses and terrible personal difficulties, couldn't just get that annual report in. I agree with Ryan about the annual reports not being in here. The what Ryan sent out only came in the last few days. Perhaps Nancy didn't get it. I only saw it, you know, because I went to my computer and saw it.
I gave Nancy clear instructions last week.
Okay, but she is also a person who decides that. And if that
No,
wasn't,
she's not.
anybody can put anything in the packet if
No.
it's data. The chair cannot censor if it's
I'm not
relevant
censoring, I'm
data.
saying
Okay.
what's required.
Okay, wait. So what I want to say is I have a question through you, Ryan, for Nancy. In a number of cases, and you were very helpful about this, you even gave the people who are forfeiture candidates, we haven't decided on this yet, okay? You gave them a way to get the information for the last 7 years from the DMF. How many of those 7-year data, because the Shellfish Department can't do that, the person whose data it is has to give permission for that. That's correct, right? How many of the people that you absolutely bent over backwards, you didn't just tell them to do it, you told them how to do it, you gave them a link, the whole thing. How many of the people got back to you with the 7 years data of the
One.
fall? One, okay. So you also have the annual reports. And how many people got those into you?
I have annual reports. It's just, we had already invested a lot of time as a department going through and comparing 5 years worth of grant inspections to annual reports and felt that we had summarized it in a way that would be easier and make better use of your time instead of having a packet that would have had 25 or more, 100 more pages. Because it's 4 pages so that, I'm happy. I just didn't even have the time because, and I do want to say, I don't think that this is the venue nor the hearing to go back and forth about what was and isn't in the packet. I think we should address the situations and we can talk about this after the fact and make sure that we're all on the same page for the future. But I don't think it's appropriate to do it here now. And if people have
Nancy,
questions, I can answer them.
Nancy, these grant holders are here for a license for appeals. It is a legal proceeding. Not having the documents are the basis of that legal proceeding is irresponsible. These have been coming for months. These are not something that you've been working on all of a sudden over the course of a week or two. These have been coming for months, and not having them here and available to the grant holders that are the subject of these proceedings tonight is not appropriate.
I chose a different approach.
Yep.
Well, the SAPIS data, you could have turned those in instead of the SAPIS data.
So the other issue is that when COVID happened in 2020, at that time, did you or did you not tell many of the grant holders that you were not enforcing on minimum productivity?
We said that we weren't going to be looking at things with a fine tooth comb and that we were definitely going to be easy on interpreting the regs and enforcing the regs. That's true. That's why we asked them to provide us with 7 years of data and not 5. And let me be clear, and it's stated in my memo, this is out of our hands. I'm just doing what the regulations require me to do. It's up to you as the regulatory authority to decide. You can decide right now that this is enough experience and that everybody in here gets another try. The department would be more than happy with that result. We just want people to be successful here and we have to enforce the regulations. So that's what we're doing, but we're not opposing. We feel awful to even have gotten to this point. And if you would like to grant these people another try at their grants, wonderful.
So one second.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just if someone is going to speak from the audience.
Yeah, they'll have to get to the phone, or not the phone, the microphone. So the issue there is that those years are now being used against the grant holders in these proceedings. Just because a lot of them didn't. I mean, when COVID happened, besides just the minimum productivity factor, most of them did not plant that year and canceled many of their seed orders because they did not know what the market was going to be for oysters going forward or for a period of time. The restaurant industry effectively shut down. The supply chains that the shellfish industry relies on also pretty much ground to a halt. And, it takes, 2 to 3 years for oysters to grow out.
I know.
If they did not plant in 2020, they would, they, look,
We looked at 5 years, not 3. We
No.
did not do 3
But
years. We looked at
basically,
5 years and found that there was enough vacillation to merit this conversation with the board.
except that with the grow out time period, there's a lag between when things are actually put out and when things are actually
If they had
produced.
planted in 2017, then they could have harvested. At any rate, we were
but-
not being hard asses, okay? We have been working collaboratively with people and giving people the benefit of the doubt.
So what about 2021 and 2022? That's included here.
2021, there was a big uptick
Yeah,
from
but
2020.
When would they have had to
Markets.
plant for it to have product?
2018, if it was clam, it depends. I don't know. Everybody does their business different, so I don't want to say one thing for another.
Yeah.
Everybody,
So-
every area grows differently, so I'm not an expert. We all know that.
All right, well, let's get on to these hearings, so. I hereby open the hearing on shellfish, our shellfish regulations, section 7.12, 7.12.2, 7.13.3, for a minimum productivity appeal for James and Allison Gray, the license number 7312, consisting of approximately 0.5 acres on Old Wharf Road. Nancy?
I guess, I hope people read the packet. I don't know that I need to go into all the details. I will say that when there's been some difficulty in communication back and forth because James also runs an offshore scallop boat, so it's been hard sometimes for us to connect. He also was up for renewal last year and did not submit his paperwork. And then when he did in January, by that point, we were already underway with the minimum productivity. So we agreed that we would wait until this process took place. But it's still something that can obviously happen. And this is where, I like to think that the department has some discretion and works with grant holders as much as possible for that. But he had a die-off, I want to say, in 2018, and then wasn't able really to demonstrate any work on the grant after that.
Can you use the mic? Can you step up to the microphone? And you can be recognized then, but you can step up to the microphone.
Lisa,
I need a name for the record.
We can't hear on Zoom.
They're with us. We're new.
No. I'm so sorry. Hello. Nancy has never asked me for any receipts whatsoever, and I have a whole bundle of them. And unfortunately, Nancy, you never have, not for the last 7 years, which is what you want to go back to. I will gladly give you them if you want to see them.
We're dealing with James Gray's license.
First, James
right
Gergel, I don't think anyone here needs to lose a grant. I think everyone here is a essential part of the community. And everyone here has been working very hard through the pandemic to just to survive. These people are the heart and soul of Wellfleet. These are people who have built the community. I mean, between Dave Payne and my ex-boyfriend. I think it's insane to even think about taking away grants.
James, would you care to speak to your license?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go through everything on the packet, but I had a double fusion in 2018 on my back. And the year before that, I had a major die-off in plantain. I just recently bought a boat, but I'm not going to contest that I didn't use the grant last year, the year or half of the year before, but that was the reason that took place.
Yeah, and you had a die-off too as well.
All of it.
And so if you, in 2020, so that would have been, so you had, a health issue in 2019?
A surgery.
Yeah.
From 18 into 19.
No, it was 18 to 19, and then in 2020, the pandemic, where basically nobody was planting because nobody knew if there was going to be a market for anything.
I canceled my order.
I actually don't actually. So in this instance, I would prefer actually not take any action on your grant, on your license tonight. Encourage you to plant it. It's going to be a couple of years before you can demonstrate minimum productivity. We can issue an order of conditions if you're amenable to it, specifying a certain amount of seed that can be planted to get you up to minimum productivity. Would you be amenable to that approach?
Sure.
Okay. You have approximately half an acre. Sorry.
The smallest grant locally.
For the order conditions, what I would recommend with the board's approval is that the license holder or license holders James and Allison Gray must provide proof of purchase of 30,000 or 30,000 of seed of any species. Says the seed may be of either oyster or quahog or a combination of the two. If the license holder provides written documentation signed by 2 or more hatcheries to effect that there is no seed available currently, that the period will be extended. And then by August 23rd, 2022, that the license holders James and Allison Gray must provide proof of minimum investment in seed planted within the license area to the satisfaction of the Shellfish Constable. If the license holder disagrees with the Shellfish Constable's determination of the fact, an appeal may be filed with the board. And again, if there are any issues with procuring seed, the period would be extended because I'm hearing that there could be some issues with the procurement of seed. And then any appeal of the shellfish determinations should be filed within 14 days, and the board will, with the select board secretary, and the board shall hear the appeal within 21 days or less of the filing. And then when does your license term expire? Oh, you actually, okay, so you'd actually
We
be,
started this process and
Yep.
I didn't renew it for this year.
and you had a completed license application on January 22nd, 2022, is that correct? Okay, so, per our regulations, we should have held a hearing within 60 days of receiving a completed application. Nancy?
James and I sat down and I asked him to put in the application just so that we would have it on file, but we both agreed that it would wait for this hearing.
Okay.
Do you remember that
I
correctly?
mean, I didn't.
So we'll have to have two different motions then.
Can we
Yep.
just have a discussion
Yep, about the order of conditions or otherwise.
about what you just read? So I was going to go for something like that. Okay? In other words, that's kind of the proving up that you do. Oh, God, I hate this mask so much. That's the kind of proving up people do when they first come on. You know, you get a lot of scrutiny first couple of years. But I think in this case, it's appropriate for a lot of reasons. Because what we really want are people using the resource well. So I have a question for you, which is going to sound clunky, but it's sincere. Do you feel that you can do this and farm that little bit?
Yes.
At the bottom, and that you're committed to it, even if you have difficulties this year? Okay, so you're committing verbally here in the meeting. We all heard it. Ryan, you just read something that you'd obviously written. It would have been very good, just as it would have been good to get all the grant reports, all 700 pages of them, for us to have had that to read before the meetings.
So
But
that-
never mind,
I
you
was
read
concerned
it.
that would be an open meeting law issue.
No, you can share something like that so that we get a chance to think about it. Now, I'm a pretty quick study, and I heard everything you read, and it sounds good. But are you going to give it to Rebecca so that it gets absolutely included in whatever is set up with the shellfish department?
Yes.
Okay,
John?
and one more question. Did you pay that fee for this year? I know Gene McLaughlin isn't here. And do you have,
I paid, there was somebody in place. It wasn't you, was it you?
thank you, thank you,
So do you
confirmed.
remember when we coming
So good,
Okay, I didn't get that, so
yeah.
just make
Well, there's
sure.
been a lot of stuff like that. We all have to work together to make sure there's good horizontal communication. Okay, so we figured that out.
What's the line?
Oh, no, I asked town hall to find your records. So these are great ideas, and as long as we make sure that the shellfish department gets them, that's good. And then there was a couple of other things that I had put in as suggestions. For example, no transfers during this period. Renewals maybe for 1 year at a time. The annual reports that we would work together to review with the inspections and other things in there. So does anybody have any thoughts about the proposals? I mean, I think that this is a wonderful resolution. I think this is what Johnny and Chris would expect too, that we're all working together in this way. But I just, some of the ideas that the shellfish department came up with, I wondered whether any of those should also be included in the.
So this is my opinion. Doing a license term of 1 year is a little bit impractical, especially for a license that might not necessarily have current production occurring on site.
Okay.
As you know, as I said, you need 2 to 3 years to grow out an oyster. For clams, you might need longer. Everywhere it grows a little different. It also depends on when they can actually get seed.
That's fine with us.
You know,
I'm not trying to, I'm just putting forth, and if you don't agree with them, just say no.
yeah, for transfers, there are oftentimes people transfer to either somebody that they bring on the grant, that will take it over eventually, or they'll transfer to their family or their, you know, and I would not want to include a clause for no transfers as well. transfers are reviewed by the shellfish constable, and make sure that the minimum or the maximum acreage is applied. And so nobody can farm more than the maximum amount that they're allowed in our regs. Yeah, I don't know. So, but for James's license, we also have to reissue a license for the area as well tonight. And for that, I would do it for a five-year period.
I don't know that we can do that because it's not advertised as such. We can just come back to it at your next meeting.
Mhm. Brian?
Yep.
Yeah, here's the thing. I liked Nancy's idea about the first year getting tough scrutiny, because this is breathable. And I want to remind you all that what it says, evidence of productivity, use it or lose it, 7.12, it says during the first, second, and third year, all you have to do is prove up with receipts, right? You have to spend for your acreage, 500 a year. And that doesn't mean anything except you've got to show receipts that you've spent that much money.
Yeah, the order of conditions I proposed included the minimum.
Yeah, but I think for a year, that should be enough. And this is special. In other words, finally, we're getting people who haven't been using their grants, which there have been quite a lot of, and then people who have been going through hard times and exceptional situations, which is what we're looking at now. And I think that having the reassurance of the first year being carefully scrutinized and reported on would be a good sort of middle ground of responsibility. In other words,
That's fine. I mean, we have been keeping certain grants under our watchful eyes, I guess, for 5 years now, because it was the mandate of the select board to make sure that everybody was using their grant.
yeah,
So that's why we're here, and we will continue to do so.
So we can't even apply an order of conditions tonight because there's no license that's active on the site. Why was this not advertised?
Because first I needed to see if you guys were gonna make them
But we
forfeit it or
can't
not.
take any action on it.
You can decide to not have them forfeit it, and then we'll come back.
that makes sense to me.
I mean, it's another hearing.
Yeah, this is important.
We have the choice. so.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so thank you, James. Can you advertise a public hearing now for June 7th? That's the first time that we can have a public hearing and meet the posting deadline. It will probably have to be in, I know, it will have to be in the Cape Cod Times. So otherwise, the next meeting following that is June 28th. I don't want to hold up somebody for that one. The hearing, there's no license active on the site. So we need a hearing to issue a license for the site or renew a license for the site. Different than minimum
I
productivity.
just want to correct the record. I don't have record of payments from.
So,
We'll figure that out.
we'll have to continue the hearing, today's hearing for this license, to June 7th. So, I would move to continue, the minimum productivity appeal hearing for James and Allison Gray for license number, 7312, consisting of approximately, 0.5 acres on Old Wharf Road, to June 7th, 2022.
Ellen second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
John, aye.
Brian, I.
Helen, I.
Okay. Thank you, James. I'm sorry that you'll have to come back. So. All right. I hereby close. No, I don't close that one. That one was continued. All right. So I hereby open the public hearing. Wellfleet Shellfish regulations 7.12, 7.12.2, 7.13.3 for minimum productivity appeal for Dave Payne and Christy Johns of Wellfleet MA for licenses number 851, 693, and 69, or not 690, 863, 861B, consisting of approximately 2.5 acres in total on Field Point. Nancy?
So again, there has been, they have 3 different grants, and on 2 grants, there hasn't been any aquaculture activity, but on the 3rd grant, there's been some sporadic work. And I would say this year, in the past few months, there's been definite renewed effort in the past, since we really, got to brass tacks about the hearings that were happening. Christy's been out there a lot, and David, and we went out and did buoys the other day.
Christy Johns and David Payne.
Hello.
How are you folks tonight?
Okay.
Can you speak to your licenses?
Yes, we had some medical issues and whatnot. We were out there working the grant. We didn't sell. So it wasn't like, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. So it didn't show that we were out there being productive, but I was out there. I have a natural reef, and there's a lot of natural seed. And past 2 months since I've gotten my permits in order, I've been out there and I have a market, and I've made the productivity already this year for what I need for those grants, but it's just, and it's my only employment now. So pretty much I'm just saying I'm getting out there. There were a lot of different reasons why we weren't out there. COVID, I had broken my foot. He had to get another job, a full-time job and whatnot. But like I said, this past year, I've been out there full force. And just, yeah. I have children that are in their 20s who want to be in this industry, who have worked in it. He's going to retire. He wants to have it for that. And so, like I said, this year I've been out full force, and I just begged the board to give me another shot at it, give us another shot.
And so the natural or the reef area that's on.
It's on the half an acre we have. It's pretty much a whole natural reef, which I go out there and I break it up, and the oysters love that, and they just keep coming. And now I have a whole natural set of seed coming from that I want to put on the other grant. My oldest son, he's the captain of a fishing boat, and he's going to help me financially to put seed on the grant that we're not using. The inside grant, really you can't do much with it, but there's a grant in front of it. We're going to put seed there and then work the natural reef. And I have.
When you're done.
And what do you commit to planting? I think is it 863 that is doable, or 851?
That has the reef or has
No,
for the seed?
I think the reef is on 861B. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
so that's
863.
all right. So would you commit to planting that area for this year?
Yes.
Okay. Helen?
Yeah, and this board, in all its different permutations, continues to support small businesses. If you were a big business, or, bless their hearts, there's some bigger businesses here in the harbor, and they have 3 employees, 4 employees, 2 employees. But wait a minute. No, I know. Excuse me. That's my point. That's my point. We support. The only condition is if you've got it, you got to use it. Right? But we very much, or at least I very much recognize, and this was 2003, the light bulb went on over my head. We can't show, in my opinion, this board should not show preference for bigger businesses that can keep moving through situations like we've had for the last 2 years. That said, I mean, you're not going to be able to hire people to cover for you if you break your foot or something like that. That said, you have to do the annual reports, you have to pay the fees. And the annual reports may document your conditions, but you've got to use it.
Right.
And you've got to be in touch with the shellfish department about why you can't, if you can't.
I've always been in touch with Nancy.
Yeah.
We've always had a
So,
good relationship.
You know, you've
Right.
made a commitment here. We're doing the same thing we did with the last one, correct?
Yeah, I have it written down if you're ready. For it.
I am, but
Okay.
how about the rest of us?
So, okay, so it's two acres, that needs to have, propagation, conducted on it. There's already propagation on the other half acre.
Inside acre is so inshore that, I mean, if the town wants it back, they can have it back. It really is nothing you can grow on. It's like the shore of the beach.
Yeah. You
Way
can,
too high up.
And we got the outdoor one,
Okay.
and the brother had an idea.
yeah, you can, surrender the upshore or the inshore one if you care to.
I would be fine surrendering the inshore one. I mean, there's
Or we
nothing we
donate
can
it
do
for
with,
access to other people's land.
there's nothing we can't grow anything. I don't think anybody can.
Yeah, I know that's a problem with all the inshore ones
Yeah.
there. Nancy, would that be acceptable to surrender that license? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a really good solution. And you know, other people have surrendered even more usable licensable areas. And I think it's good because then people can pick in the wild there.
I wouldn't recommend.
Well, every year is different.
And,
And that way we won't be looking at you not
No,
being able
that's-
to farm it,
That's fine.
right?
Yeah, I
We can't
can't.
say to you, hey, you're not doing it there
Yeah.
because you won't have it anymore.
Right, I can't.
Nancy, is it, sorry, 851, is that the inshore one? Okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
Trail High.
So, I move that the board agrees to accept the surrender of license 851 with the agreement of the license holders. No, 851.
Oh, 1 second.
Okay. And just for the record, do you agree to that?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yep. All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I just needed it for the motion. So, Barbara? Brian, I.
Illinois.
Okay, and then so for the other, remaining acre, sorry, I had that. By June 15th, sorry, David Payne and Christy John must provide proof of propagation of 40,000 seed on license 863. Right? The 860. Yeah, 863. Said seed may either be oyster or quahog or a combination of two. If the license holder provides written documentation, in addition to any that you might catch wild.
Okay, that was my question. Can it be wild? Yes.
Yep. Yep.
I like to keep well people.
Yep. So, you know, if the shellfish department finds that that is satisfactory, that's fine. If not, you shall provide written documentation of proof of purchase of seed from a hatchery. And what? Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing So it's for both, so I'll restart that, so, June 15th,
Yeah.
okay,
I don't think.
Wait a minute.
okay.
Hold
The
on.
other thing is that just for the department, like now you've put out August 23rd for James Gray, but June 15th for us, it's going to be better if it's all the same. I don't know why there's fluctuations. I think we should be.
That was for the proof of purchase.
Yeah, but on James Gray, it was August 23rd.
Yeah, that's
Proof of
what,
investment.
that's when it has to be propagated by.
Okay.
So, yeah, okay, so, and, yeah, that was consistent.
That would just, not gonna be like one day for one person, one day.
Yep, that was consistent, but I'll redo it again. Because technically the terms and conditions for James Gray's has not been issued yet because we can't, because there's no license on here. So, all right, I'll just, yeah, that will make it simpler anyways. So, yep. Yeah, one of the concerns is bringing up minimum productivity within a shorter time period. But how does the board feel on setting a later date?
I
Yeah.
defer to people who know what they're talking about. Meaning, Richard Gregory and some of the others who have spoken on this. I'm not an expert at this, so I would prefer to defer to them.
Okay.
All right.
Barbara? Helen?
Yeah, so I don't know what I'm talking about, but I listen to people who do. And I've been listening to the whole thing of how late the sets and been party to extensions for Hats and Chipman's Cove and discussions about temperature for quite a long time. And I think a little later date would be really good, but a consistent date for all forfeiture candidates here should be essential for their sakes as well. So how about kind of a compromise and having it be into September? I'm looking at Nancy. What do you think?
Richard, if you could you take the microphone here? What do you think would be a reasonable date for wildfire?
No.
Yeah.
Halloween. My favorite holiday of the year.
So like,
Halloween.
let's say like the first week of November.
Well, you're catching. It's not really like late that you've broken everything down, it's in bags, you then possess it. Before that, you're catching. When is it? October 15th that you got to get out of the October 15th.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's October 21st.
Is that when the hats have to get out of the cove?
Perfect.
Good job. Perfect.
So with that, and when does your license currently expire?
I'm not exactly.
Sorry. 26, okay, that's fine. By October 21st, 2022, the license holder shall provide proof of 40,000 seed being planted on license number, I'm all over the place here. 863. Did I say the quantity? 40,000, all right. To the satisfaction of the Shellfish Constable, if the license holder disagrees with the constable's determination of the fact, the license holder may appeal to be filed with the board. Any appeal, the constable's determination must be filed within 21 days of the Shellfish Constable's determination, and the board shall hear the appeal within 21 days or less of the filing. And then these minimum levels of propagation must be adhered to in each of the following years. Yeah.
John, second?
Okay. Any comment? Do you
What
agree?
was that date again?
October 21st. Do you agree to those terms?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have a roll call vote?
John, I.
Ryan, I.
Helen, I. Please do the paperwork. Please.
I just would like to make two quick comments. And one is, if people have health issues, they should come into the department and talk to us so that we can document it and we don't get to this situation. And secondly, I remembered why Johnny and Chris and I thought to not put in the annual reports. And that is because it contains personal information about quantities of shellfish that are sold and bought. And even though they are absolutely public documents, we would err on the side of caution and not publish those. We have never published a business plan as part of a grant renewal or a new grant transfer, because we feel that it is still a bit of private information. If you instruct me to do differently, we will, but I just remembered Johnny and Chris and I having this conversation. So it's just an abundance of caution.
Again, that's the whole basis of why these hearings are happening, Nancy. I
I'm just
don't,
letting you know how we've arrived at our decision. Thank you.
Brian. That precaution is borne out by the fact the state won't release that kind of information without the permission of the grant holder. And the point is, I accepted the Shellfish Department summary. We have gotten plans and, annual report data from the Shellfish Constable in various situations. But I think it's better to err on the side of caution when you're talking about people's private finances. It's personal, and that's why the state does it.
I mean, the whole purpose of minimum productivity is you have to show a dollar figure,
Yes.
and you also have to have a minimum investment in the aquaculture site. It is the whole reason that we are ruling on as a board. If somebody goes to the Conservation Commission, let's say, just because it includes, part of their house, which is their private property, or sometimes they even do discuss their financial conditions, that is relevant to the ruling of the board.
Yes, but that comes from the individual, not from the shelf. Do you see what I mean? Not from the constable. But the point is this, I trusted the careful
You'll find out some
detail.
of the
I'm
issues,
talking
Helen.
detail. I've looked at some of them, detailed information from the Shellfish Department. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and okay. So I hereby close the minimum productivity appeal hearing for David Payne and Christy Johns of Wellfleet MA for licenses 851, 863, and 861B. I hereby open the minimum productivity appeal per sections 7.12, 7.12.2, 7.13.3. For Keith Rose and Lisa Dexter of Wellfleet MA for licenses number 9525 and 9526, consisting of a total of 2 acres on Egg Island. If you may, can you take a seat? I would recommend both of you. So, all right, Nancy.
So Keith and Lisa have had very good intentions, but they haven't had good follow through. That's all. Lisa did plant 1 row of clams a number of years ago. I walk Egg Island a lot. I'm out there a lot, and I have not seen them out there. So that's why we are where we are.
Keith or Lisa?
They do have very good intentions again now, and I'd love to see that grant be successful, especially because I believe that they both make their year-round livings in the seafood industry, and I think that would be appropriate.
Yes, both of us do make our livings in the seafood industry.
Just for the record, again. So
Lisa
just state
Dexter.
your name. Yep.
I'm sorry, for the record, Lisa Dexter. Yes, we both have been in the seafood industry for over 20 years, and I have on the grant product out there that needs to be harvested this year, and honestly, within the next 2 months, thousands of dollars. I also have all my receipts for the years that Nancy has never asked me for. I never knew there was a problem until literally 2 months ago. Now, every grant can be used probably more. We have plenty of room. There's no doubt that there's extra room on the grant. But when it comes down to why we're here right now, I don't think that we should be here right now. I have clams ordered for this year, hundreds of thousands. And which I couldn't get last year because of the pandemic. Keith is, he's been, he always has spoken for himself, the ex-boyfriend. But yeah, no, I think that I've done what I should, and I think that the product is, I have product coming off the grant within the next 2 months, and product going on the grant, and Keith is always
Keith, would you care to speak?
Yes, well, I don't feel like we should be here either. I knew Lisa had those receipts. I have a fishing boat, I'm pretty busy with it. I've had a number of surgeries in the last couple of years. Nancy knows about all that, probably like 15 stitches all the time, broken arm. Family's been fishing here since the Mayflower. If Miss Chiavetta would put more effort into helping us instead of finding out what we can't do, because that's what I get all the time from you, is a bunch of negativity. And it's been, I've been here for the whole, it's always, it sucks. Now you want to be my probation officer for the grant? I don't think so. I think this is wrong. I'm supposed to be fishing at 2 o'clock in the
should be
morning.
more proactive, a little more
Excuse me.
proactive. I'm on your side.
Okay, my daughter's going to be hopefully taking this over. Perhaps she'd like to say something, but
Yeah, we'd like to get the younger, his daughter would love to take over the grant someday, and we want all this to be just be moving forward.
Respectfully, please don't interrupt. I always want to hear what you have to say, but I want to hear what Mr. Rose has to say right now. Thank you.
I let the Dolbys use the grant. I said you could take oysters off of it, so the grant was always being used. I harvested oysters there for my raw bars, $1,000 for a raw bar. I got it all the time there. My daughter has receipts all kinds of receipts to protect our grant, whether you saw me there or not, like you were out there all the time. And, oh God.
Maybe.
And for the record, can you state your name?
Vanessa Rose. Just to be brief, I have placed an order for seed. And so I have it's a wait list, but I haven't ordered for seed. I purchased some rock. I started making investments. I'm listed as an employee on the grant and I have intentions to get that started ASAP. I have hats that I want to put out. Someone on the shelf department actually offered to help me with that. And I would take any of the help that I could get from anyone this Thursday. Okay. Yeah, so we have intentions to get things done.
Okay, is there product on site already?
Yes, there is product on site. There's clams on site and oysters.
Yeah, and I will say that that Keith and Vanessa and I did walk the grant. This is maybe, I don't know, maybe a week, a month or so ago. Maybe it was more like in March or something, but they also are demonstrating renewed interest. If you let somebody else use your grant, it does not count towards your minimum productivity. Minimum productivity is tied to the license holders. So I think it's great, and we're a community that does a lot of sharing, but you're responsible for your own minimum productivity.
Yeah. Keith?
Furthermore, I mean, all of a sudden I get this certified letter where I've got a sea clam company, okay? I'm busy, and I didn't think to have to get my Division of Marine Fisheries stuff like subpoenaed by you over a few oyster sales. I wasn't going to do it. I'd rather defend my business right here like I'm doing it. I thought it was completely invasive. And as far as, like, you know me, you know I've broken my arm, you know what's been up with me, you know I've taken care of my parents through cancer. Yeah, you got regulations, you know what we've been doing, okay? And you know what we do and how we make our living. And I feel that this is an attack when you should be helping us. Totally feel that way.
It does
So-
feel a little bit like an attack.
That's how I feel. That's what it is. My daughter's going to be, yeah, I am. Damn right I am. My daughter's going to be taking it over, hopefully, because I've got fishing boats to run. All right. This is a family grant. We used it for purging oysters with the Clam Nation, all kinds of different stuff. That I'm not supposed to say that, am I? Well, that's what we used it for, and that's what you told us to use it for.
So wild product is not aquaculture product. Wild product is not aquaculture product. And I tried very hard to make this an open process. I spoke with each of you on the phone. I sent emails, and then the certified letter came. I tried to treat everybody with respect. This was not a surprise.
This was a surprise, Nancy. The first time
Lisa,
I
I've
heard
been
about
talking
this
to you about this
was
for a number of
true.
years.
All right.
Absolutely
Hey.
not. That's not true, Nancy.
Okay, guys. Continue. Okay. Can you meet minimum productivity this year? You already have? And then in previous years, so you have receipts of sales? Can you just speak in the mic, because again, sorry.
Pandemic happened, yes, I was pulling off the required amount. And then when the pandemic happened, 2020, no, not necessarily, but 2021, we pulled off some stuff. And I know it's a minimum amount, but we also had the people, the next grant over, they pulled off a bunch of stuff. Oysters, they harvested oysters off our grant.
Yeah, I mean, to go to what Nancy said, that it is the license holders.
Well,
yep.
Perhaps, but when you let someone use your grant, when someone's actually on your grant and working your grant like it's a farm, it does count as if they're. That's what I always thought. Anyway, this is Nancy's thing, is that it doesn't count.
Yep.
It doesn't. And I had to learn that in 2003, 2004, when I was on the select board for the first time. And the person who told it to me was Michael Hickey, who knew what he was talking about.
That was a long time ago. If someone
No,
is,
hold on,
right.
I'm still talking.
okay,
Thank you.
okay, Helen.
Yeah. Thanks.
If I knew there was a problem,
But what
Let her finish, please.
many people, and I don't fault them, I don't know everything. Many people in the shellfishing industry who are really good at what they do aren't that familiar with the state regs, and they're not that familiar with the local regs. And I understand that because I've had my nose in it now for well over 13 years. And I don't remember all the regs. And I helped draft some of them when I was on the Shellfish Committee. So I'm not faulting people when they don't know. But my experience of Nancy Chavetta is that she has had to learn them really, really well. And I just want to
She
say,
never
no matter-
told me there was a
hold on.
problem.
I understand that. I
Never
understand
told me,
that,
and I
but
have
Can
product.
you not interrupt, please?
I understand that. But at this point,
I
we're
have
here
all
in the present and we're looking at civil compliance with
Absolutely.
proving stuff that has brought you to this room tonight. And I understand if you've been shellfishing here for 20 million years, it feels a little strange, but that's where we are tonight.
I know.
So the receipts have to be shown, it has to be documented. And in the meantime, it has to be proven up again.
Okay.
And you can do that. You can do that. It's not a problem. You'll go into the future and it'll work better.
Yeah, Keith Rose, but then I want to get to William Young, so. You're gonna have to speak in the mic, I'm sorry.
I probably could have been a little more accurate with some of my, Nancy's defense and some of my slips and different things. I just ethically, I feel this way because I use that grant a lot for different things. And I got a lot of oysters off of it for raw bars. Pretty busy guy. I mean, finding people are hard to do. I've got a boat sitting on the dock I can't staff. All right. I am busy. No excuses, but going into the future, my kid wants to do it. I'm happy for that. We have offered, at least for my part of it, have offered this to, Nancy knows that, a bunch of other young people that work on other grants, not for any profit on my thing, just to ethically keep it sort of going for my retirement or, that sort of thing. But I kind of thought we were on the same page. I don't mean to attack Nancy. I care for her. I have forever. We go way back, but I just felt attacked. I did. And, when you're backed into a corner of something so important like this grant, it's a tangible asset for my family and possibly my grandkids to do that. And that's, why I'm heated, but that's that. Let us keep our grant. We'll show you what we need to show you. And I got to go fishing at 2. Okay. That's how it is.
William Young, again, if you can speak into the microphone.
My name's William Young, chopper, everyone knows me. So it doesn't matter if you got somebody else raising shellfish on your farm?
Yeah.
Says it doesn't count? Why not? It's grown on that lease site. The seed permit is for that site. What regulations?
John, can you
Town
give Nancy
regulations?
the
You said
microphone,
the
please?
state before.
Nancy,
Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of oysters come off that grant. The Dalby's farm, a good piece of that
And
grant.
half of it,
There should be-
they're on our grant, the Dalby's, half on our grant. Not a lot, but a little bit. And I always thought that.
What
counted
propagation
towards
permit was that given to do so on
our
that grant?
farm.
During the 4th year and every year thereafter, there shall be a minimum production of an average of $1,000 worth of product per year per acre or a prorated portion thereof from the practice of aquaculture in the licensed area. This shall be demonstrated by the annual grant report and if so requested by the Shellfish Constable, copies of transaction receipts.
Some
There's-
people lease their grants.
Okay, back up. That's nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about and it's in the regs somewhere because I don't make this shit
Okay,
up.
well, anyways, they met. way
Failure
more
of the license.
under that propagation
It
permit.
is,
Why
it,
doesn't count?
it's tied to the license. So if it's your license, you're responsible for it.
Whose propagation number did they use?
If it's under your propagation permit and they're selling as an employee, totally fine,
It's your grant.
totally fine. If they're your employee, it's totally fine, Chopper. If they're not your employee,
okay, so So for this license, it sounds like more than likely minimum productivity has been being met both in years past and should be this year as well. I would yeah, I don't think we need the full propagation order condition. Helen?
We do need to clarify this, though.
Yep.
So you can have an employee doing something over in a corner, right? But it was made very clear to me, again, very early on, that the accountable parties, the people who are named to the grant, right? Leasing, it's questionable. It's a private deal between private people. But if you lease, sure, you want to handle seed, you got to have a seed permit, you got to have a propagation permit. But you are not the responsible party on that grant. Yes, I know, but if that seed is being planted and grown and harvested, it's the grant holders that are responsible for it if like there's a health hit, you know? And if you don't believe me, call the DMF.
You're correct. If someone grows stuff on your grant, as the Dalbys do on our grant, we would be legally responsible.
There you go.
And they are selling it off our grant, but we're still producing off our grant.
But they're
Yes.
selling it under their propagation permit and their business, so it can't count for you.
Still, but it's still.
If you
on our
have an
grant
employee,
land.
Chopper, if you have an employee,
So,
that person can sell under your permit.
If it's on
So-
your grant.
so can we please just sorry, who's in the back with a hand up? Ralph Bassett, so. If you can speak into the microphone, please.
Their name has to be on that grant, and they have to hold a grant permit with those numbers on it. You just can't go around growing on everybody's grant and say, well, I have a permit for over there. It's got to be for the grant they're taking the product off of. Their name has to be on the grant, and they have to have a seed permit, propagation permit from the state of Massachusetts saying that they're on that grant. I just can't go get a propagation permit and put it on any grant I want in town. Because when you fill out that paper, they ask you what grant it's going on, what location. So these people that are going around growing stuff on other people's grants is illegal, and she is the one that's supposed to stop it.
You are allowed to grow on other people's grant. You
Not
just have
unless
to put
your
it on
name-
your propagation
not-
permit.
You can't take a propagation permit because mine says the numbers of my grant on it. I can't take those numbers and go over to Egg Island and start growing seed on somebody else's grant.
If you
No,
put,
you
if
can't.
that person puts you on their propagation permit, well,
Chopper, microphone,
Chopper,
sorry. Microphone, please. Yes.
Mike.
My whole point is nothing as effective as that. Mine is the town is requiring the minimum productivity on a lease site. If somebody put somebody else's name on the grant to have them growing on there, well, why ain't they meeting it? Just because the original owner of the grant, why can't you have your cousin do it, or your brother, or a friend? If you're on that lease and you can prove productivity, no matter whose name else is on it, you're still meeting productivity on that piece of property, are you not?
yeah, I agree with that.
With the wording that Nancy read off for the.
Well, I ain't heard that warning yet.
It was for licensed area and not for licensees.
It is for
Licensee.
licensee. I'm gonna look it up. It's for licensee.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
tied. A grant has to be productive. The license holder is responsible for the minimum productivity. You can have somebody use your grant. You need to list them as an employee. That person needs to list it as an intermediate grow out on their propagation permit. We look at this stuff all the time.
That's
It
something
just
the
has to be
town is
documented
imposed. That's not
correctly.
from the state.
That is from the state.
It is from.
No
the-
way. I doubt it.
Check it out.
All right, well, I don't think we need to make that determination tonight.
No.
The, to go back to this specific license site, again, it sounds like more than likely it has been meeting minimum productivity.
I think it would be helpful for the Shellfish Department if you would treat each of these the same.
So the issue there is that this license site already has propagation on it. So,
So then I would want to see all the receipts
yes,
to determine that.
or,
For-
or at least enough to prove out minimum productivity.
Correct.
Okay.
And they
so-
have those receipts, right?
Yes, so that was going to be my.
It was never
suggestion.
given to me, even though we asked to prove minimum
I understand
productivity.
that. So
Okay.
this is going to be what I was going to suggest is, and what years is it that you do not show minimum productivity for this site?
2017 to date.
Okay. So,
I feel like that's in the past. Let's just move on. Let's just move on to the future. They're all committed to doing it now. Let's just move, let's do the same types of orders of
if it was
conditions.
just in the past, we wouldn't even be having these hearings tonight, Nancy.
Seems like you're moving on to have everybody keep their grant with an order of conditions. So let's just proceed with that instead of making them go backwards to prove stuff. No, let's just go forward and let them keep their grant and meet the order of conditions that you have outlined for everybody else.
So the issue there again, so the previous two, there was no propagation occurring on the site.
There's no
correct?
propagation occurring on this site. There's one clam net from 2018. And there's tons of oysters, which to the best of my knowledge have not been harvested for the past 5 years.
So that's where.
So I'm just saying,
So they don't need to show a certain amount of seed being applied to that acreage to make it minimum.
supposed to be sales
Yeah,
of
the
product.
previous ones, because there's no propagation occurring on the site. In order to show minimum productivity in a reasonable time frame, they need to have seed on site. And so for those, we specified the amount of seed, which
Okay.
is basically 40,000 per acre. And
Because you're saying because there's a clam net there and because there's wild oysters there.
because there's,
Okay,
yeah,
I get it now, sorry.
yeah, so
I'm
they
on
can
board.
meet minimum productivity with what's currently on site, whereas the other
Yes,
ones.
they could
there
make
was no
minimum
way.
productivity tomorrow.
Do
You're
we
right.
even need
Yep,
to take action then?
sorry.
So I would recommend an action, which is, I move that, sorry,
Ryan, can
Yep.
I just
Yep.
clarify one thing
Yep.
before you make your motion? So we've had a pretty good discussion right now about what counts when who is doing it. And Ms. Dexter and Mr. Rose aren't a corporation. You're two individual people named to that lease. Okay, yeah, I'm just making everything nice and clear and tidy. So what I would be looking for is not something that you have somebody else on there who isn't an employee producing, but it's what you are managing in terms of production.
so that's where.
And wait a minute, and remember, and this is in a couple of the documents we got, and it's very important. It's only been clarified since Nancy came on that seed counts, not just buying seeds, but as we went through before, getting it any way you can. That counts for production.
It
That
counts in the first 3 years, Helen.
Yes,
so-
right.
So,
Then you have to have sales.
so
yes.
You have to
in
invest
the
in seed
regs.
and gear for your first 3 years that you're issued a license. None of these are new licenses. So it's only from the 4th year and every
Yes.
year on, you have to have sales.
Yes, and I'm familiar with that, but what I'm saying here is, for this, let's not call it a probationary period. We're going into the future.
so.
But it's the two of you whose production level I would be concerned with.
So this is where, so from the sounds of it, they have receipts of sales from this licensed site.
Yes.
Yes, so they would have met minimum productivity in the past years. It's just not contained within the annual report that was filed with the Shellfish Department.
But we don't know if it's somebody who's leasing on that site or not.
Agreed.
That's where we were headed.
Yep.
$2,000 receipts per year. That's entitled to $1,000. Correct.
So, sorry, I just really need to get this going here. So,
But that's for both of them, correct?
Please, let's make the motion.
Barbara?
I don't think that might work.
Okay, does the mic work?
Yeah, you just have to get it close.
Okay. So if we are pursuing, sorry, everybody, I guess I'm new to this. If we're pursuing Helen's suggestion that the focus be on the two individuals, the use it or lose it section talks about minimum production from the practice of aquaculture on the licensed area, which to me suggests that it's not the individuals, but can include other people who, with the permission of the license holder, are working. So that's my.
If I could
opinion on
just interject for a minute.
If-
It says, in order to retain an area license, and that's what tells me that it's for the license holder.
No,
And-
it's
And
licensed
you're gonna have
area.
people coming in from all over.
So you're not supposed to,
Yeah, we
the regs also say that you're not supposed to sublet the license. So,
You're not
We've
supposed to-
always interpreted it as, and we can send it off to town council
Right.
if you guys want, but this is how Johnny and Chris told me that it was enforced, and this is how we've always
again,
interpreted it.
can we please not get into this debate tonight? I just want to get through these hearings and get these people squared away. And yeah. So again, it sounds like this license area more than likely met minimum productivity based on, that they
Whatever.
likely do have receipts showing to that effect. So at this point, so the order of conditions that I would place on this is to show minimum productivity by December 31st, 2022.
Please,
Yeah.
people.
That's it.
Ryan,
Yep.
why not have the minimum productivity be proved by the time that you submit the annual report, which is February 28th?
Or we could do October 21st to be,
Oh,
No,
consistent.
no,
with
that was
everybody
for
else.
propagation. So that was based on seed again. So that was, when the hats come out, the seed and the minimum amount of seed had to be applied to an area that previously did not have propagation occurring on it. So, yes, Chopper? Then you would have to purchase seed. So they can do either. So one way or the other. But for this license, again, this product on site, they don't need, they actually have said that they have orders in place for seed as well. I don't think it needs to be that far. I think they just need to show out minimum productivity for this year. And then we can just move on at that point.
so I'll second the chair's motion as made.
Okay. Kind of roll call vote.
John, I.
Barbara, I.
Ryan, I.
Ellen, I.
Okay, thank you. Sorry it took so long. So. So I hereby close, and I forgot to ask, are you amenable to those terms? Okay, thank you. So I hereby close, the public hearing, on license sites 9525 and 9526 for Keith Rose and Lisa Dexter, consisting of a total of approximately 2 acres on Egg Island. And I hereby open a minimum productivity appeal public hearing per section 7.12, 7.12.2, 7.13.3 for William Young Jr. of Wellfleet, Massachusetts, for grant number 01-04, consisting of 3 acres on Indian Neck.
Morning.
Hello, Chopper. Nancy?
So when I first came, we had when I first started, we had a conversation about minimum productivity out there. And then for a couple of years, he was doing seed out there. And then it's just been kind of a roller coaster. So, and I figured he'd rather be here and talk to you than provide me with any receipts. Yes, they are.
They are.
William Young, would you care to speak up to the license?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Anything you can tell us,
I've
except not too
consecutively
much.
lost a lot of product out there in the past. Grew it in condos. I used it for like a nursery for seed. And I also sold seed out of there. I have a license to do so in the town. I've got a stack of receipts as tall as you want them, if you want them, but I've met ample amount of productivity with the blood clams I've dragged off that grant and a few oysters that were on there as well. I see no need for me to be here today. I think we're all here defending something. We all work very hard. I'm going to speak for all the rest of the people that's been before you and the ones to come and the ones on the 7th. There's been a lot of issues for a lot of them people and it's been tough, but I've worked with a lot of them, sold them gear, got them seed. And that's another thing too. I have ample hat seed from last year. If these guys need to get some or something, I'd be more than happy to give them a good deal on some.
Okay, and did you report the seed in your annual
Yeah.
reports?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, and so that's not in the summaries.
It all wasn't
Yes,
on
it
there. The
is.
losses wasn't on
Yes, it
there,
is.
Yes, it is.
It's in quite detail. There's
though. I don't want any probation. I just want to be left alone and get on with it. That's what I asked.
I didn't see any evidence of seed production there last year.
There was none
Sorry.
last year.
Well,
Only
it was
the
on your
ones that
annual
I
report for last
Briefly
year.
had there, but I grew nothing out there last year.
And
I
yet your
didn't know
annual
we did
report
the year
showed it.
before sucked too. I didn't know if I was gonna be here or my family was gonna be here in the last 2 years. How
So,
were those 2 years? Let's get on with it. And I'm gonna do business like I used to do. Seems that we're over the COVID. And
What?
so,
would you be amenable to the same terms and conditions? No,
I want the annual ones. I don't want no probation. I've sold more stuff to these other grant holders and done more stuff than I just gave the town $90,000 worth of oysters for crying out loud. And half of those came through that grant at one time or another.
John?
Can I make a motion?
Um,
Or are we too early for that?
we have to take any public comments first. Helen?
I want to hear from the public about this, given that. I mean, I've been in rooms with people in this room tonight yelling at former shellfish constables because they weren't enforcing regulations,
The
literally.
hot seat.
Hold on a minute. But what I wanted to say was that if you have a number of places in the harbor that you're farming, and you choose not to use some of them certain years, or if there's a die-off or whatever.
Or mud this deep.
Yeah, and we know about that. That still doesn't mean you can't meet production levels in one way or another on that grant. It's not like a room in your house where you decide not to use that room or heat it for the winter. This is like, as you all have told me over and over again, it's a privilege, right? To be able to use the harbor, and
I
we
honor and
want it.
respect it.
We want it. But you can't just say, oh, I don't think I'm going to do that over there this year. Okay,
That might happen.
I
That might
know,
happen.
I
I'm
know.
gonna sit here today before you and tell you that might
I
happen.
can be a PR agent
If
for
my
this guy.
business
Don't worry
plan so
about it.
tells me I need to do that in my head, then I will roll with the punches like I have for the last 45 years.
But I have a question through you, Ryan, for Chopper. Do you understand that this is a regulation we have, and the point of it is that the resource is used productively, and if you don't,
You guys,
move over and let somebody else use it, right? But therefore, would you please have the courtesy, this is just me asking, to make sure that whatever you're licensed to use, you make the report, you do it carefully, and that you use it this year, even if you feel that it's something that's above your, beneath your dignity, because everybody else has been asked for it. And
I will absolutely do it this year. It's in my plan to do so this year. Not because you're telling me to or asking me to, but it's already in my plan to do so.
I'm just
And I'm
asking
also
you.
gonna help somebody else on another grant once she gets it back because it's been yanked from her in one of these little motions of registered letters and everything. But yes, I have plans to move out back onto that one and do more physical work out there. And also on Egg Island on another grant, as soon as we get the propagation permit back.
Or, one can surrender it if you don't want to use it, but,
I
You
will
know.
never surrender. If
yeah.
I don't meet productivity, take it from me. But until then, leave me alone. I have enough numbers on those papers to keep that grant, and if you so desire me not to do enough, then God bless you, take it. But I'm gonna keep doing the things the way, the best of my knowledge and respect for the town that I can. And I appreciate all your time and everything you guys have been put through. And Nancy, you've been a little hard on this. And I know you've been asked to do this when you came on, and you've done a very good job in a lot of ways for this town. I know you raised some dander, but you really have done a commendable job, and I thank you for that.
Thank you,
And,
Chopper.
it's not an easy seat to sit in.
No,
The predecessors asked all of them, Walton and Somerville, all of them. We've
I
all had
value
bad-
my relationships here and the fact that we can disagree on something and
We
then
disagree
we
all the
can have a
time.
wonderful.
We always do,
experience on
and I
something
love
else.
that,
Me
you
too.
know? This is how America is. and
This is how I
Let's keep
learn
America great again.
and how I.
God.
Right?
Should have worn my MAGA hat.
Richard Blakely, and if you can you speak in the microphone?
I'd like to speak on behalf of these guys tonight. And get out of the way, Chopper. I think it's outrageous that you bring these guys up in front here. William Young, for Christ's sakes, he gives away wood in the wintertime to the old folks in Wellfleet.
I know.
He runs a hard grant. And whether he's growing on one grant for a year or two, it doesn't matter. I know what he lost out there. It all went by me. And it's a huge investment. And when you see it all crumpled up by the ice, it's really, that's a tough shot to take. But nevertheless, William grows more on his grant than most of us do put together.
Mhm.
So tread lightly. That's all I'm saying. And Keith Rose, he's running a fishing boat. He's got a crew of guys. He's making their living. It's tough. It's tough when you're waking up in other harbors and it's cold out and you're just thinking about making a living. And all of a sudden, months and years go by. But these guys are still operating, and I'm awfully proud of them. I think they're fantastic people. And I would just, I'd say, maybe speak a word or two to them, but getting dragged up in front here is tough shot.
Chopper, what years did you did you harvest flood clams from the site?
Every year.
including last year?
I didn't segregate none of it. We often just go there periodically. So it wasn't enough that I can say I aquaculturally reared them there, but I caught some there.
Wild.
No, they're on the farm,
I mean, it's within the licensed site.
natural set.
It doesn't matter if,
Set,
Still
not wild.
wild.
it
We
does,
have to protect our wild landings.
it doesn't matter if it's within the licensed site, it doesn't matter how they ended up there. They're within the licensed site.
True, but they have to be categorized as wild according to the state and according to me, because I
All of
want to
them
make
were.
sure our wild fishery does not ever go away.
They were all classified as wild. CCB 11, that's where the grant resides.
Thank you.
Yep. Berta? Yep. Okay.
Through you, Ryan, would you like to continue this hearing?
No.
Well, we shouldn't skip over the respectful details, and I hate long meetings
Shouldn't
too,
get
but
lost in them either.
John,
Can I make a motion
Yes.
now, or are we still taking more
you can make
comments?
motion.
I'd like to move that we take no action on this. I don't think we need to.
I would agree with that as well. We don't have to have no action.
Okay.
So. I would take no action. Is the board amenable to that?
I am.
if Mr. Young is very clear about what he has to do, which it seems he is,
If you don't trust my
yeah,
abilities, take it away.
no, but it's production for each separate
I'm
license
gonna
that
keep
you've got.
producing the best I can, the best way I can. That's all I can promise you. I'm not gonna sit here and blow smoke.
Okay, well,
Do the best I can do. And when this board thinks that I don't do enough, then take it away. But until then, I don't really feature being treated like I'm a criminal or I'm beyond probationary period or something. You know, I've done a lot for this town. I'm not asking for anything. I provide seed, I provide racks, I provide good deals on everything and help people out when they don't even have any money. I've given away more gear than the qualifications would be needed for my grants for 10 years to people that needed it.
I respect all that. And I know about it. And I've even acknowledged it to you.
Thank you.
However, if you are not using one of your licensable
give it back.
areas, right? And your production
So-
report
so again-
has to be
It'll-
for each separate
I will make
area.
my
Are
Thank
we
you.
done with
criteria
this
to the
yet?
Yeah,
best of my
can
abilities.
we please move on? Barbara, are you comfortable taking no action? Okay. So thank you, Chopper, or
Thank
William
you.
Young Jr.
Thank you. Top is fine.
Careful. So I hereby close the minimum productivity appeal public hearing for grant license number 01-04 consisting of approximately 3 acres on Indian Neck held by William Young Jr. of Wellfleet, Massachusetts. I hereby open the public hearing on the status of license holder Aquaculture Research Corporation of Shellfish Grant License number 792 with regards to sections 7.8.1 eligibility requirements, section 7.8.2 domicile requirements and exception, 7.8.8 aquaculture research and development projects. Is Rick here?
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
And this is, I apologize, this statement.
Yes.
Also, potential conflict, so I won't participate in this hearing.
Okay.
And I need to take a bathroom break.
Is Rick,
Yeah.
sorry, if you can come on up while we wait.
I'm gonna do likewise.
All right, so how about we take a recess for 5 minutes? So, yeah, I know.
But really 5 minutes because Berta wants to go home.
Yep.
Yes, you want to go home? I mean, it's long.
going on? Okay, good.
The mic's on.
John is out.
All right, they're on.
He doesn't have a name,
All right.
unfortunately. Bit of a handicap, but he's proving to be energetic and certainly capable.
All right, everybody. We will resume the meeting now. So I hereby open the public hearing on Shellfish Grant License 792 held by Aquaculture Research Corporation in regards to section 7.8.1 eligibility requirements, 7.8.2 domicile requirements and exception, 7.8.8 aquaculture research and development projects. And should I include the minimum productivity as well, the same, or do we want to hold separate hearings for that?
I'd like it to be separate.
Separate, okay. All right. So, Mr. Sawyer, can you please speak to the license?
Sure, thank you. So this is the third public hearing we've had now. And and the first public hearing, excuse me. Sorry, the first public hearing, we were called to respond to whether we met two separate regulations. By the time the second one rolled around, the second public hearing was now up to 6 regulations we were being asked to respond to. I wrote a letter in February outlining our feelings on all 6 regulations and whether we met those regulations. A town council then wrote a letter in response to that as well. And in that letter, it basically came down to a question of one regulation in particular, and that was the domicile question. And council did not accept my explanation that one of our owners, being SPAT, being a Wellfleet organization, that did not meet the regulations, and that we were not in compliance with that domicile regulation. We agree with it. We're not in compliance with that. But in the letter, the town council, I think in 2 separate occasions, said that even though we don't meet that regulation, it's at the discretion of the select board as to what to do about it, whether to act on it and take the grant away from us, or allow it to continue. The domicile regulation, back when we've had this grant since 1982, I believe. And in 1987, when we were renewed for 10 years, there was a word in the regulation, the word new, that basically said that any new grants these regulations would pertain to. That essentially gave us a grandfather clause. By the time 1997 rolled around, and we were up for renewal, and we received a 10-year renewal. I'm sorry, my dates might be mixed up, but the word new had disappeared. And what's been discussed in numerous occasions in this public hearing is that it's the documentation of what's happened in the past is lacking. And nobody seemed to know why that word new disappeared, or when it disappeared, or who made it disappear. Nobody can come up with a reason for that. I mean, it could have been a clerical error. It could have been somebody dropped the word by mistake when they were typing the regulation. Nobody really knows. So, as I said, we agree that we're not in compliance with the domicile regulation, and I think that the other 5 regulations that we're being called to speak to are really moot at this point. I don't think that any of them. A number of people brought up earlier about research grants and whatnot, but it's never been a research grant. So why we're even talking about it, I don't know. But it, people seem to want to keep bringing it up. But, I think that we need to talk to whether or not the value of having ARC in town and as a partner to the Wellfleet shellfish community is worth it for you. It certainly is for us. 792 is critical to us right now. We try to be as open and honest as we possibly can about why that is, but we are a shellfish hatchery, been in business since 1960. There is no shellfish hatchery, commercial shellfish hatchery around that does not have a second revenue stream. We cannot survive as a hatchery alone. And when we had new ownership as of 2015, we relied strictly on seed sales for a number of years until it became quite apparent that we needed to have that second revenue stream or we wouldn't survive. And if any of the major shellfish hatcheries doesn't survive, it's going to be devastating for the entire shellfish community, not just Wellfleet, but all over the place. And so we have to become stronger financially. And we dedicated ourselves in 2019 to growing our wholesale business. And that means planting cohogs and growing oysters and selling them on the wholesale market to a much greater extent than we have been in the past. When the new ownership came in 2015, it was explained to them from the previous owners that as of October of a given year, we would need over $1 million to survive to the following May. We are standing right now where we have, and this is information that nobody knows, and I'm sharing it with you as a way of being open and honest about why we need this grant. We need about $500,000 to survive from January 1st to now. Over the next month and a half, we will sell about 70% of our annual sales. And, so things get better all of a sudden in June, but between the 1st of January and right now, we have to find ways to come up with over $500,000. And the way for us to do that is to grow our wholesale business. And that's why the 3 acres of 792 is critical for us. We make it a point to not sell wholesale product here on Cape Cod, so we don't compete with our seed customers or the other growers. Our product is sent around the US, up into Canada, Singapore, and now into Europe, but not here on Cape Cod with the exception of one restaurant. And that's only because the owners of the restaurant are good friends with some of the staff at ARC. So that's the story that I want to share right now. Obviously, there will be a bunch of questions, and I'm certainly open to answering as many as I can, as openly as I can. And I ask that we try to wrap this up tonight.
Nancy?
So at the hearing on the 22nd of March, you, as the select board, took a vote to direct the shellfish department to work on some regulation changes that might accommodate ARC. That was my understanding at the end of that meeting, and that's how we moved forward. As we explored the research and development regs, we understood that A, ARC's never operated under them, and B, the state, it's not, you can't operate for research and also have commercial sales. So that wouldn't work for them. Helen put a lot of work into a regulation and spoke with a number of people in town, shellfishermen in town, as well as town council and the state. I looked it over and added my 2 cents. And we're not going to talk about that tonight, but I have been hearing from people in the shellfishing community, and I'm not saying everybody, because some people evidently don't talk to me, but the people who do talk to me have said that either the town should let ARC stay, but not craft a whole new large regulation just to accommodate them, because they don't want the specter of another outside entity being allowed to come in here. They want the relationship with ARC, which is 40 years old, to be respected, but they don't want to open it up to anybody else. And honestly, we at the Shellfish Department agree, and we've been talking about that a lot. So what I did, which has not been reviewed by Shellfish Advisory, nor has it been reviewed by Town Council, but I bring it here because I was asked to bring something tonight, and I want to make good on that. So I just basically added in that grandfather clause that was there in 1987, that as of whatever that regulation date was, and I will look at it here. As of July 1st, 1987, new licenses shall only be issued to domiciled residents. So it was a small and simple change in order to accommodate ARC, which is what I was hearing and John and Chris were hearing, was the most palatable thing, without opening it up to a lot of other things, a lot of other opportunities. So I bring it to the select board for consideration. And if you want us to pursue this simple change with Town Council and Shellfish Advisory, I know that it's not resolving things tonight like you would like, but I do feel it's important to get the input from our community in a forum, unless we can all participate here tonight and say our pieces here tonight. We could use this because people from Shellfish Advisory are here. It's not a quorum, but I see a great number of people in the shellfishing community here. And I think if we could all get up and talk, maybe we could resolve it tonight. And then all I would have to do is to run it by Town Council. If obviously this is the will of the select board, I'm just bringing an idea. The other thing that I noticed as I've gone through the regulations, and especially in certain areas of the regulation, I don't know why it was put in, what was the intent of the select board. And Chopper and I have been through this a lot with boat regulations and blade size for the cohort. We just don't know. Why was it in there? Why is it not in there? So maybe there's an NB, a nota bene, an asterisk that says in the regs that, you know, the intent of this regulation change was to accommodate a longtime partner in the community, ARC Hatchery, and not to further open this up, like a specification that gave a little bit more detail, so that later down the road, when other constables come on board, they would know that this was not supposed to be just some blanket thing, allowing a lot of other things to go on, but which would apply just to ARC. And obviously, this is something that we'd have to run by Town Council. I'm just putting forth ideas. So there.
1 second. So the public hearing for tonight was not advertised for amendments to regs. Yeah, so if we were to consider amending them, there'll have to be another posting at a later date. You know, I'm hoping to resolve this because I think everybody wants it resolved at this point, and frankly, it takes a lot of time every time it's on our agenda. So with that, Helen?
Yeah, a couple of things. We're just mentioning the possible amendment from the shellfishing department, and also mentioning the regulation that the Shellfish Department, working with other people, drafted, which strictly limits the opportunity for an entity. It's not tailored for ARC, and it shouldn't be. We don't want to do spot zoning. Okay, but we have presently no way to legally allow an entity not domiciled here to be active in the harbor. In order for that to happen, for let's say a hatchery not domiciled here, there has to be a new regulation. I want to remind everybody that both the town and ARC kind of dropped the ball on this. I'd like to address why it was across the board that you had to be domiciled here. And if you all read the policy in the shellfish regs, it's very clear. It's so that we don't have what happened in the Midwest, where you had absentee company owners making decisions about farming land. It should be done, those decisions and the use of the land should be done by people who are here on the land, intertidal, and using it. It wasn't arbitrary. It wasn't taken out because it was a typo. It was because the industry started, coming up a little bit, like from the 50s. And finally, maybe this was a way to use the harbor so that people could work. And it wasn't arbitrary. And I think it's very important. Now, I've heard from a lot of people about it. I got a lot of input, the way I do, for all the reasons to have a regulation that would allow an outside entity to come in with very strict terms and conditions. We're not, considering that tonight. But at this point, I'd like to ask through you, Ryan, to Mr. Sawyer, how many other communities do you have plant, grow out, harvest, take to market, sites?
One, one,
Where, Chatham?
Barnstable.
Barnstable, okay. And how many acres roughly there are you using, please?
I don't have the exact answer. I'd say probably 5 or 6.
Okay, so the new regulation would have a limit on how many acres you could have if you were an outside entity. But at this point tonight, I'm afraid that my perspective has changed a lot in the last few months, listening to people. We have this very good regulation that is perfectly tuned in to the DMF's special permit, and you guys all do special permits. It's what you fill in for the DMF and then you get an endorsement, right? They're all, remember, I've seen the application form. We got it from Chrissy Pedicus. And one of them is scientific collection. And we have this regulation on the books. And a number of people, including myself, for years thought that ARC was because of that. I never had any doubt when I started looking at it in 2003, which is, by the way, when I started thinking, like, what are they doing here? Oh, well. I never thought they were domiciled. Their headquarters is not here. It was clear, and they had to be here in some special way. And I thought it was the scientific collection research thing. It has nothing to do with ARC's function here. That's a whole different separate thing. And I am not sure at this point, although I've heard many, many good reports about ARC's influence here and activity from many people, I'm not sure at this point that we should have any entity coming in from the outside, even though this new regulation that was crafted as a response to the end of, that motion at the end of the March 22nd hearing, it would, the select board would be able to say, no, we don't want that many. No, we don't want you having that many grants that you're working on. you know, there are ways you can limit it that we can't, select board can't limit, hold on, can't limit regular aquaculturists. But where I am tonight, thank you for listening, is this. I'm not sure that the only entities that we allow in here shouldn't be under the special science collection thing, not other hatcheries that would do ongoing business here. I'm sorry, Mr. Sawyer. But sure, if you're the University of Rhode Island, you get a grant, you want to come in here and, you know, test for resistance to one of the diseases for 5 years, you do it right, you get it from the DMF, you get endorsed from that. We have a reg so that select board can say, yes, you can come in here and do that for that period of time. You've got to submit data. You've got to give us whatever you don't need for your research. It's all there in that regulation. It's 8.2, right? And I'm not sure that that isn't the only way tonight. I'm not sure that, I think that should be probably the only way that we allow an outside entity to come in here, even though the reg that was crafted and does need to be looked at and considered because it was well done by a lot of people, not just me. I mean, Nancy contributed beautifully to it. Greg Corbo contributed, our town council contributed to it. But that's where I am right now with this. And I want to touch on something that came up in some of the previous hearings, which is this thing of leasing to people that aren't named to a grant is very iffy for the reasons that Nancy and I both said, and that's my understanding from the DMF. In other words, somebody that isn't named to the grant, isn't your employee, sure, you have a propagation permit for that, right? But you're really not licensed to use that area by the town. And we're supposed to be very careful about that. And this is another instance where we have throw out happening from ARC on a few sites. And I'm not sure that I feel right about it at this point. And boy, have I thought about this. I've been wanting to get to the bottom of this since 2003, and I have been sloppy because I haven't gotten granular about it. Last 3 months, I got granular, and this is where I am tonight. Thank you.
Britta Brunich.
I'm Berta Brunage. My late husband, Jake, established his shellfish grant in 1977. That's 45 years ago, so we've been around a while. My son now works the grant, and I'm on the grant with him, as I have been. Personally, I totally agree with Helen on this. I don't see why we should have any entities in the town of Wellfleet having a shellfish grant. That to me, and frankly, although my late husband really worked a lot with ARC, that was in the Dick Krause days, and Dick Krause is up in heaven with my husband now. So that's old stuff. I don't see why we should have any outside entities here at all. Our shellfish grants should be for the actual citizens of Wellfleet who would like to make a living doing this and not for corporations. I don't see a need for it. I feel, I feel bad if ARC is having a hard time with whatever, but then they have Barnstable. So I totally agree with Helen. I do not see why we should do this. And I think doing this establishes some sort of precedent. And I don't see we should do that anyway. So the short and sweet of it is, Helen said it all. I'm just reiterating. Thank you.
Okay. Kathleen Bacon.
Good evening, board. It's been a very heated BOS meeting tonight, but you guys are doing great. And we've been going back and forth with ARC now for a while, and I feel that it goes against a century-old tradition of Wellfleet having our shellfishing beds, go to another entity and not residents of Wellfleet. This is our industry. We own it. It is our only industry we can pass down to the next generation. I feel badly for ARC that they need to come up with $500,000 to make ends meet. Have they been following Wellfleet's financial situation? It just goes against the grain here. And I feel that giving permission or tailoring a regulation to let an outside company come in just will open the floodgate. I would love to have a worldwide license to ship shellfish to Singapore. What a feather in the cap that must be. But again, as Berta just said, they have Barnstable. They're not even sure how many acres they have there. Let them ship Barnstable oysters to Singapore, and let our Wellfleet residents farm our Wellfleet shellfish. Thank you.
Well, Chopper Young, you had your hand up earlier. Did you still wish to speak?
It didn't, they haven't. It was an option. 97, something like that. No, so wait a minute.
Yeah, so the
Yeah, I want to clarify something. We still have this very good regulation. We want the other outside entities like Cape Cod Extension, the county, or University of Rhode Island,
One
or
second, can you please specify what regulations you're talking about?
well, I'm not, I'm talking about our existing research and development projects regulation. I know that, hold on. And ARC could apply to come in and develop stock here in Wellfleet under that regulation. You get it, do it through the state. You could do it for up to 10 years and develop stock that we could use here and make money from it by selling us seed. But that isn't what's happening now. In other words, hey, somebody wants to do science about developing shell that will resist acidification. Oh, bring it on, right? But to simply do it commercially and in this combination regulation that was developed, that I hope that the Shellfish Advisory Committee does look at, because it was carefully crafted to severely limit entities that come in, okay? We should think about that, but I tonight would like to simply say, ARC, we hope that if you aren't allowed to keep going the way you've been going here, that you would be not punitive with Wellfleet, but to use it as a very good experimental place under that other regulation to create stock that we could use here that would thrive and that might do very well in other places, because that's money making too. Things are changing so rapidly, and that kind of science needs to be done. We can't simply accommodate, in my opinion, a place for outside entities to come and just do more commercial activity, more commercial activity than science for us. We need data, but we don't need people simply using our bottom for farming and making money off it. Thank you.
Okay, Chopper, can you please come up and use the microphone?
Thank you for that elaborate answer, but that was nothing to do with what I was asking or expressing
that.
my concerns and views about the whole word new grant that got issued in 87 or whenever it was.
97. So I addressed that earlier. I came in to the town in 99. And very shortly thereafter, in 2003, I started occasionally going to Shellfish Advisory Committee meetings
Okay.
because I was on this regulatory board, Shellfish Regulatory Board. And I immediately, and Barbara Austin can testify to this, I said, what is this ARC? How are they here? They're not domiciled. And I'm going to say it again, read our policy. It tells you exactly why anybody that farms here should be domiciled. I think it's a very good policy. Okay,
That's still neither here nor there. The
97, I believe.
okay, it changed. Any new grant must be issued to only a domiciled residence.
No, all grants had to be for
It was new.
domiciled
We talked
residents.
about it earlier.
That was,
It was new.
that was
The word was
87.
new. This has been a topic that's come up a lot of times in the past.
It's for everybody.
It hasn't been forever, because obviously the town gave them the grant to begin with.
Oh, yeah. And
So I
it
feel as
wasn't
though
ARC's fault.
I don't particularly care either way what the board does. I am a little favorable for ARC. I know they've done a lot historically for this town, putting it on the map to begin with. Yes, it was the Dick Kraus days. It's a new regime now. I'm not here to judge or tell them they should be here or not, but everything goes back down to the word new. Any new grant must be domiciled.
That's not on the books now, and it hasn't been for years. The point is,
When did it get taken
Okay,
off?
Chopper,
Yep.
here, and as of July 1st, 1987, the word new was put in there. New licenses shall only be issued to
Okay,
domiciled
so
residents.
why did it get changed or typoed out?
I don't know. I
As
have,
with a lot of our other important regulations, typos happened and things
no,
got
it
changed.
got taken out deliberately because we didn't want people from the outside
And so-
coming in and
so
farming.
When you did this, what was the answer for the existing one that was already here? If you made that regulation happen, why didn't this come up then?
Because people dropped the ball. And unfortunately, ARC has not been, in other words, we should have addressed this a long time ago.
So
And
you-
we didn't, and ARC didn't either because you thought whatever, and it's changed ownership. And it was the kind of thing that in my experience of 23 years can happen quite a lot. And that's why you have 5 people in this.
I just don't think it's fair of the town to allow it and then go and make another regulation.
They have
And then
no,
ignore it for how many years?
but they have no legal
And then say-
status now.
They never did.
Yes, they did up
When?
until 1987.
87.
87 grandfathered them in. And then I have,
Oh, yes, thank
then
you.
in 1992,
The
Shellfish
grant-
Advisory took it up, and I'm looking at
They
that.
got given
Is
the
it
grant. What
92 or
year?
97?
What
I'm
year did
looking
they
at 92 right
take
now.
possession of the farm?
1992.
No,
No.
so,
No, 82 you came in. and
Right,
you
that's
were
what I
fine.
asked. When did they get?
There was
granted
no
the grant?
domicile regulation on the books in 1982 when they were awarded their grant. Then in 1987, they decided they should only be domiciled residents, but only going forward.
Okay, so why
Exactly.
why did we change that?
Because
again?
then that came out of the regs. That's clause as of July 1st.
That's what I
New-
just asked. Why did
Yes.
that come out? Now you're
We don't
telling me it
know.
was for a reason.
I
I
don't
want to
know
see
why.
the,
Read the policy.
I don't read.
Uh,
I don't even want to.
Forgive me,
But the
I'll
whole
call
thing
you up
hinges on
and
the
I'll
word
read
new.
it to you
All right,
over the
I need-
phone.
I need to get to other people, sorry. John?
Yeah, I'm not an attorney and I don't play one in the movies. However, we do have some pretty capable attorneys on tap in the town of Wellfleet. A referred to as town council. And they've looked at this pretty thoroughly. I'm going to quote from part of what they've sent us. It is also my opinion that ARC, I'm speaking first person as Greg Corbo. It is my opinion that ARC is not entitled to an exemption from the residency requirement by virtue of the fact that it had a grant prior to August 1st, 1993. Specifically, ARC relies on section 7.8.6 quoted above to support its position that it is exempt from all changes to the regulations occurring after that date. I do not agree that that provision or the grandfather provision in section 11.10 can be so broadly applied, particularly with respect to the residency requirement. I'm going to skip through some of the case law that he cites. And to say, although the grandfathering provisions in section 7.8.6 and 11.10 quoted above are written in broad terms, context and legislative history suggests that they are not intended to apply to the residency requirement. When the residency requirement was first introduced in 1987, it expressly stated that the requirement only applied to quote, new, unquote, grants assigned after the effective date of the regulation. The language in effect in 1987, however, is no longer in the regulation. Rather, the regulation in effect when ARC was applying for renewal in 2016 specifically stated that, quote, at such time as a licensee ceases to be domiciled resident of the town, that individual shall be removed from the license. The status of other licensees will not change. If that licensee is the sole licensee, then the license shall be revoked, end quote. There's one other section I wanted to. Oh, here we go. In this matter, the regulations specifically address the issue of a grant holder's loss of residency and state that the grant will be revoked if residency is lost. If section 7.8.6 and 11.10 are read as providing an exemption from this provision for existing grant holders, the provision would be rendered meaningless. This is a result that should be avoided. Hope that sheds some light on this.
Mr. Sawyer, all right, Richard Blakely.
Sorry, Mr. Game. Whoa. I've been thinking a lot about this domiciled case, and it seems to me it goes back to the late 70s, maybe 1980. If some of you remember the Ross Pache, the Donald Stewart Ross case. He was a clammer who came from Westport. We had a lot of clams in Wellfleet at the time, and he was fishing out of Wellfleet, and he got booted out of Wellfleet because he was not a domiciled resident here in town. And the way I look at it, this domiciled regulation has protected us in the town of Wellfleet for decades. And I think it's something that's that we should stick to. It's held up for us this long. I'd hate to see it go by the wayside. I just think that it's a good policy, and that's all I have to say. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so,
Wait one
excuse
second,
me,
Helen.
excuse me, you
All right.
have to be domiciled in order to get a commercial permit. Okay,
All right.
so,
Oh, no,
yes,
Helen,
right.
please. So, Mr. Sawyer, would you care to make any response?
No, I have nothing else at this moment.
Yep. Barbara Austin? Can you just speak into the
I'm
mic?
Barbara
Sorry.
Austin. I would like to say as Chair of Wellfleet, the Shellfish Advisory Committee for quite a few years, working with Helen. And we looked at the regulation often and thought about ARC. And we always said, they're grandfathered. We don't have to worry about ARC. So I'm saying that I'm feeling really bad right now that the town dropped the ball, that I, as chair, did not take responsibility to make sure that it was cleared up then. And I'm wondering why all of the sudden this has come up, like we're just cutting off their lease and not letting them at least finish their lease to the expiration date? Is it because the grants got moved in? So now they're considered a different grant? So a big can of worms got opened there? I'm just wondering, when did this suddenly come up that ARC was going to lose the lease? What triggered that?
Because the licensed area that's being issued is considered a new licensed
Is
area.
considered a new license area. Exactly.
Hold
All
on,
right.
wait a minute. This happened before that. This was at the end of 2021 when
no,
you told
no,
me you
it
wanted
was-
to
it
have
was-
this hearing.
It was, so that was along with the hearings that established the new licenses for those grant holders that we're all still waiting on MIPA to review. It was in that meeting that hearing was posted because it was effectively issuing a new licensed area.
So like Chopper had said, the way the language was taken out, and then the way Shellfish Advisory dropped the ball, and the way the town dropped the ball, and the way ARC dropped the ball. This is a really sad mess. And I personally feel that ARC should be allowed to stay. I don't agree with the Wellfleet Shellfishermen's Association stand on this. But that's my personal opinion. I think they've been good stewards to this town. And I feel bad that it's gotten to this situation. Thank you.
Fine.
Damien Parkington. Because- yeah. All right. Damien,
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. I don't know if I can be heard.
Yep. you can-
I just wanted to respond to Barbara's remarks. I don't feel like anyone dropped the ball. I think in my own understanding of this is more so that a lot of gray areas that have been operated in are just no longer able to be functionally operated that way. We've got overlapping regulations and they need to be enforced. And if we're gonna include situations like this, we need to be careful about the language that includes that. And I thank the select board for taking this on. Thank you.
Becca, can you please come up to the microphone and identify yourself for the record?
I'm Rebecca Taylor. I am the current chair of the Shellfish Advisory Board. I am completely recused as a member of the board from this discussion at every meeting and here as well. I am speaking as Rebecca Taylor, myself solely. Everybody got it? I don't want to hear anything in the future. Got it? Thank you. Now, I've been on the Shellfish Advisory Board for at least 9 years. We have discussed this several times. We thought they were grandfathered. I would love to know, as Chopper asked, do we have any documentation that this isn't a typo, where it came out as new grants, that it isn't a typo? Did the board vote on that? Do we have any evidence of that?
So unfortunately, the town did not keep very good records, and it's really hard to find copies of regulations from Okay. There's like some in the
I've
two
seen
two
some of those. They're
thousands,
kind of,
some, yeah, they're just
Okay.
sporadic. So no, there's no continuity for me to be able to go back and change. We've gone back, if I'm not mistaken, to select board minutes there. We did a cursory look at that. Not able to find anything there necessarily. But you know, we could keep looking, you know, we could
Okay.
keep going through them, but yeah, there's not.
I think that that's kind of a
Would have
pertinent
to be in-
situation
in
if
a
we can
select board
prove
minute.
one way or another, because hey, if we took it out, we took it out. But if it's in there, then maybe it's a typo. Second of all, if we lose ARC, this is today's issue right off the website from the mass.gov, available approved shellfish seed hatcheries. As of this date today, I copied this afternoon, there is one currently approved location that I can buy quahog seed from. One, and he's sitting here. One. If they go under an enormous amount of shellfishermen in Wellfleet and Barnstable and Dennis and everywhere else are going to have a lot of trouble buying quahog seed. I do about 90% quahogs. This is a problem. As far as I have seen working with ARC, and I've been clamming since the early 90s, late 80s, they've never caused a problem. They've always been responsible and respectful. They've always done what they've been asked for. They've always offered a good price. They've always been able to move product, unlike a lot of local places that I have tried to move product through over the years. There's never been a problem selling through ARC. I've seen them do research. I can give you 4 or 5 different types of shellfish that I've seen them do research on personally. They've shared their results, maybe not in peer-reviewed journals. I don't know. I haven't read those peer-reviewed journals, not my reason. But I know that they've been doing the research because I've talked to the people out there every day. I think that ARC has been part of Wellfleet aquaculture since the beginning. The first places you could buy seed, it came from Dennis. The people who manufactured the seed, it came from Dennis. That's why they were allowed into this town to begin with. And when there was an industry started in Wellfleet, that's when things got exciting and hot and people wanted to get in here. That's when we made it. You had to be domiciled. And ARC was an exemption at that time. We've had at least 3 shellfish constables since this happened. None of them had a problem with ARC being here, or it would have been handled before. Trying to remember all of my points. We need seed. We all need seed, whether it's oysters or it's quahogs. I have seen ARC people ask for, request adult quahogs and oysters from areas that are growing well in Wellfleet, in areas that don't have disease or in areas where the disease has been dying off and quahogs have reached a large size. So we know that they are in fact able to live and thrive through the disease areas. This is our best chance. I don't have any phone calls from any of the hatcheries off Cape. The guys up in Maine aren't calling me. The guys in Jersey aren't calling me going, where are your clams that are living? Show me a live clam that I can get spawn from. None of them call me. These guys, I see them on my grant. I see them on other people's grants. I walk around, I call them up in Dennis and I say, how's that coming? And they say, tell us who's doing well so that we can get some good brood stock. If we don't have them for brood stock, we're screwed. The quahogs are dying. We've known that for decades, or at least a decade. These are the people who are working on it. These are the people who are working with Roxanne Smolowitz on research. I'm not hearing from any other company looking into research. Has anybody else heard? Anybody? Have somebody who's doing research? Right. So if I'm supposed to make my minimums on my grant area, my lease, which I am making, somebody needs to be selling seed. And if I can't get seed from my local hatchery, what am I going to get? Jersey stuff? I wouldn't eat clams from Jersey. Nobody buys those off the restaurant, not if they can help it. I want, just like I want in my farm, in my garden, I want local seeds. I don't grow watermelon because watermelon doesn't grow on Cape Cod. I grow the things that grow here, usually kale and turnips, because that's what grows here. I want to buy my local seed source that I know is designed to grow here. I think there may be an opportunity here to do some negotiation. Maybe they can provide some seed for the town. Maybe that would improve our chances around here for other things growing. Maybe this business with the research with Roxanne Smolowitz and ARC working together is going to produce something that's much hardier for our environment. But until somebody from Jersey or Maine is calling me, telling me that they're willing to work on this problem, I don't want to hear about that. I want to help the people who are here who care about us. Thank you for your time.
So you heard where I am tonight about this. However, there is a regulation that has strict terms and conditions for not ARC, but an entity like that. And the Shellfish Committee is probably going to have it on its next agenda. It's been distributed. And I think that it should be at least considered because it's a different activity. It's a combination activity. It's a commercial activity where whoever it was who came in would have to comply with everything that regular aquaculturists do and submit that kind of annual. And they'd also have to submit annually data on research and development. Whether or not the Shellfish Committee recommends it and this board approves it is another matter, but it should at least be looked at because there are people who feel as Becca does. And they've had a different experience than the people that have not had that kind of experience. Let me just leave it at that. In the meantime, research can still happen here. It's just that it can't be used to support the entity that's doing it. I
Alfred
hope it's
Picard.
looked at.
Thank you. Right now on the website, I believe there's 29 people looking to sell seed. They haven't been approved yet. The majority of them were approved last year. So don't tell us there's only one seed company. First of all, we should find out what financial attachments people have with each place. I have no attachment to ARC, so I'll tell you what I want because I don't feel any recourse will come out of it. Okay. The seed, in my opinion, doesn't go like some of the people tell you they do. I would have gone out of the business if I continued buying seed from them in the beginning. So don't tell us it's the only hatchery. That is not true. We're not here for the hatchery thing. The gentleman said that he needs $500,000 to survive. Well, I'd like to give you my business plan and ask you to make sure I survive. Because if you give me a grant in Wellfleet and I pay $25 an acre to be there, I'm not going to lose. There's a reason why we keep it for local people. If the local people are having a hard time getting seed, they need to work with other people. They need not to rely on one source. I learned how to rely on 3 or 4 sources. I've survived because of that. Some of the seed I get some years isn't great. Some years is excellent. You never get the same thing from any hatchery every year. I've bought seed from people and it's all died. One of the gentlemen is sitting here who sold it to me. Okay. So don't listen to one individual who's afraid that they're not going to get seed. It's going to be more difficult. There's no doubt about that. I believe they can look for seed elsewhere. I believe if we want multiple seed hatcheries growing out in Wellfleet, we can do that tomorrow. I think that's where we're going to end up if we do anything other than what we have on the books right now. Because I certainly know people who will bring more seed here than some of the people who've already brought here. So I don't know where this is going. I think it's wrong that it's ripping our town apart. There's people in this town that don't talk to each other. They're fighting over things. We don't get along anymore because of one entity, that the rules are clear. If we drop the ball and a typo, well, we're stuck with it. I mean, that's what happens. The rules are there. You know they're there, Helen.
It wasn't a typo.
Thank you. So moving right along, I think this is very clear. There's a lot of emotion in this room. There's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of stuff that's going on that's been wrong. It's been in the gray area for a long time. I think it's time it's come to a head. I think it's excellent that you got it out here. I think it's time to put it to bed.
I got a question for Alfred.
Go ahead.
For you to Alfred. Is there, this is a somewhat technical question. Is there, what determines the quality flavor, et cetera, of a quahog? Is it the source or location where the seed comes from or where it is grown?
Where it's grown, because an oyster, which I do not grow many of, we actually have at the spat level, when we do tastings, we take them from 3 or 4 places in the harbor. So even though it's the same oyster from Wellfleet, it has different tastings from different areas. Quahogs aren't quite as predominant that way because they grow in the mud, but there is a difference even slightly in Wellfleet. So a clam that came from Arizona doesn't have Arizona attached to it no more. It has Wellfleet attached to it. So it doesn't matter where your seed comes from. What matters is the quality of it and the diseases with it. And as long as you get a decent pathology report, there should not be any diseases with it. So whether you get it from this one, that one, or the next one, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is scrutinizing it the same way they do everybody. So to say that seed coming from New Jersey, which there are people who don't like that, because I believe they can't get into that, is wrong. It has to pass the same test. The only way that seed that would be excellent would be if it was harvested, grown, small, and done out in Wellfleet. But that's not going to happen. So we're always going to take something from different areas, and that's going to be part of our thing. And a diversified clam or oyster is not a bad thing either. I don't know if I've gone too far, but did I answer your question?
No, it does answer it. Thank you.
Okay, Michael's iPhone. Simon's-
Hello, can you hear me?
And just for the record, Mike.
Yeah, this is Mike DeVasto. I'm just here as a citizen. I'm recused from these issues. And I'm not really here to give you my opinion on whether they should stay or go, but it seems to me that if the town can't produce a time and minutes of, or how, or why, or when this regulation got changed from new and to when the word new got dropped, that seems to be a legal problem and potentially for the town. And that's all I want to say.
So, yeah, it's 10:30. We have to close hearings at 11. One second. Mr. Sawyer, how much seed does ARC sell to approximately to Wellfleet growers?
I would have to get back to you on that one. I can tell you that, you know, and the next question to come up if we make it through this section is the productivity question on 792 and the annual report that I submitted for last year talks about seed and I don't have a calculator in front of me, I'm sorry, but essentially 20% of the R8, R12, and R3/4, which are the 3 largest size seed that we have. In 2001, $15,000 is 20% of that. So that doesn't really answer your question, but probably of those larger size seed, it looks like somewhere around $60,000 or $70,000. Wellfleet.
Okay.
I'd have to get a calculator.
Yep, approximately. Millions,
Yeah,
tens, millions?
I would say 30 million, something like.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yep. Alfred Picard, can you speak to the microphone? Sorry.
Through you, could you ask how many clams he sells to Florida
Sure. How many clams do you sell in Florida?
or south of New Jersey?
We sell clams to Florida. I'm not at liberty to tell you how much and where and why. That's irrelevant to what we're talking about.
No, it's not irrelevant because he's looking to take a part of our town. He's telling us that that they can only produce enough to sell as a portion of what we need, but they're taking the same product and they're selling it elsewhere. So if their heart was really in Wellfleet, nobody would ever not get seed.
It's 100% inaccurate. The seed that we sell into Florida is a special spawn that we do in late October when we are not spawning anything else. And it's a business decision to take brood stock from Florida, spawn it and send it back to them. So I have, no idea why questions being asked, but
Todd Minderbo, and if you can, you just.
yes,
So for the record, the question was, does the town buy seed from ARC?
yes.
Nancy, approximately how much does the town buy?
We,
You buy from them?
Nancy, can you speak into the microphone?
I would say mostly because of the history of ARC here and the fact that the Shellfish Department trusts the seed that they have developed on Cape Cod for Cape Cod. And we know that they get Wellfleet brood stock, so we're confident in that. And we have branched out on times, and we just felt, especially during COVID, that we should keep our dollars local and spend them in our local community. And it's basically just that local, we're all in this together.
So, Ryan?
Helen?
The question really is, do we want an entity? And again, it shouldn't be crafted just for ARC, in my opinion. Do we want an entity like this in the harbor? I would like to go to the Shellfish Advisory Committee, where they're looking at this carefully crafted regulation, which is strictly limiting. It's very different than getting a regular aquaculture license, and hear what they have to say about it. Because otherwise, we have no way of allowing this to continue. And I'd like to read a very brief sentence that's at the end of our policy, which is the basis for the domicile requirement. Because much of the area that is used for shellfishing and shellfish aquaculture is a precious natural resource that is owned by the town, and because best use of such intertidal land is made by those who are geographically present and personally accountable to the community, the granting of commercial permits and licenses for aquaculture is restricted to domiciled residents of Wellfleet. And that is the rationale for having anybody that's farming here be domiciled. If we want to have an entity come in, an exception to the domicile regulation, it has to be conditioned in a way that means that the town will benefit from it. And I urge you all to read the language that was crafted for this and to think about it. And I really wish that we'd continue this hearing until the SAB has looked at it and, can act it. And then I probably won't be on the board anymore, but never mind.
I'd like to try to get any testimony that we can tonight so that they don't have to make testimony twice or come to me. Stephen Pickard?
Stephen Pickard for the record. There was a reason that the town of Wellfleet's people voted money to buy the Hilda Trust. It was because they were afraid of big business. So why are we even addressing anything that is close to big business in any type of new regulations that they've put before to the Shellfish Advisory? It's completely against what the townspeople voted for and appropriated money for, in other words. So I think that the people of the town have kind of given the money out to make sure that we kept it domicile and kept it local. And that's the whole reason why I come up here to speak.
Okay. Berta Brunage?
Okay, very quickly because I'm going home. I think we are on a slippery slope if we start to make corporations, quote, domiciled. I mean, why would we do that? That, to me, that opens up other things. We do that, and then there's the XYZ aquaculture company who says, gee, look what Wellfleet has done. Maybe our lawyers can look at that, and maybe we, the XYZ aquaculture company, can get a grant in Wellfleet. Everyone in the entire country knows all about Wellfleet oysters. We ourselves have grown the brand, if you want to put it that way. I think that actually can lead up to problems for us if we start doing this. Don't tell me that other places aren't looking at this and going, oh, ho, ho, let's hire some lawyers. So anyway, let's just not do this.
John?
Yeah, I just want to, as regards to the proposed regulations, I know we're not debating that tonight, but I want to inject a cautionary note. If we were to do something like that, and craft a regulation allowing supposed discretion on our part as to what corporations we allow to come in here, we are, in my opinion, and perhaps my esteemed colleague on the board here, who is an attorney, might have something to say on this. Certainly, town council should be consulted on this. I think we would be leaving ourselves open to legal action on any on the part of any corporation we did not allow to come in.
That was when I asked that question
so-
of Greg Corbo,
so-
and he answered it.
All right, we're not debating those regulations tonight,
Right.
please.
Thank you. Sorry.
So, I mean, the regs are the regs. I also think that there is a need for seed and a robust production of seed. I hear both sides of the argument. But I tend to side more with that, you know, ultimately the regulations are the regulations. Right, I'm not saying that they are. I've never said that. You know, it's yeah. I mean, I don't know. What does the board want to do at this point?
Could I add one thing to that?
Yeah.
Wellfleet is where Wellfleet is right now, climbing out of a financial sinkhole because of failure over a long period of time to adhere to clearly established regulations, bylaws, and accounting practices. At some point, we had to make the decision that that was no longer a viable way to proceed. And we have done so. We're not out of the woods yet, but that's how you get out of the woods. It's by getting out of these gray areas where we sort of let things slide. I don't see this as being any different.
So, you know, I do take the comments that there is a significant conflict between, you know, the two sides of the coin, so to speak. And Rick?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a good split here between people who want us here and people who don't want us here. We're currently in the middle of a 10-year renewal. And I would respectfully request that while this gets hashed out, that you allow us to continue on that 5-year, the 5 years we have left. It is up to, it is at the discretion of the select board to do that. In the meantime, you can watch us closely, and you can also potentially take that time to draft new regulations that either allow us or don't allow us to stay. But I would strongly urge and request you to allow us to keep the remaining 5 years of our license and see where we are at that time.
I mean, we can, we have to close the hearing at 11. So just to be aware of the time.
I would just say that that sounds fair.
Helen?
I don't, because legally, if the town wishes to have you here, we need a regulation that allows that. And the regulation that was drafted includes the word consideration, which I looked up on the legal dictionary, and Greg Corbo and elaborated. But the point is, it would be a legal way if the select board approved it, if it had careful consideration by the SAB with input from, everybody. But right now, I couldn't support it going on as it has, because what has come to light is, and it's not just your fault by any means, you have no legal status here. I never thought that ARC was grandfathered. I thought you came in under something else, and I'm just as dismayed by my lack of scrutiny when I was on the Shellfish Committee for 9 years about that. But that's the reason, let's at least take a look at this carefully drafted regulation. Greg Corbo was very helpful, addressed many of the concerns that have been brought up by other people. And I would like to continue this hearing until there's some sense of whether or not the town wants to do that at all. Okay? Because it's not fair to ARC. You have no legal status here, as far as I'm concerned. And if we're going to keep having any entity from the outside, and in this regulation, the select board could just say, we don't want to do this at all. And we could do that. Okay? But we have no way to allow a license to exist without that regulation, or a regulation that had. That's just.
So Helen, what I heard him say was, while the Shellfish Advisory Board and the Select Board are deliberating on a potential regulation, that they would be able to stay here. And he specified for the 5-year terms of the lease. So maybe there's something that would happen for the remaining 5 years of the lease. So maybe there's something in the deliberations that would happen. That seems fair to me when people make business plans, that you don't get regulated out of business. But I'm just trying to be as fair as possible across the board. And obviously I know it's just an opinion.
But this could all happen very soon, and we could just continue the hearing so we don't make a decision tonight, which leaves a limbo. In other words, you're not being booted out of town tonight if we continue it.
Yeah, I think that, if it's taken away from us tonight, it's gone. And so whether or not there's regulations or not, it won't be coming back. So, I mean, a continuation is, I guess that's what I would ask for, but, I think that until it becomes clear, what is best for the town, and I keep hearing different things, what people think, whether it's good for us to be here or not. If we make the move tonight to take it away from us, it's over, it's done. And
I don't think that's fair.
well,
Kathleen Bacon. And then I'm good. Yeah. Try to figure out what the will of the board is, because
Ryan, I just briefly, I hear the yin and the yang of this, if you will, but I agree with John Wolf, and this has been a gray area with ARC for a number of years. Maybe at one point in time or in their history, there was somebody with ARC that was domiciled here in Wellfleet. That's no longer the case. They're not operating legally out there. And, I don't think the town should be held hostage over whether or not we're going to get seed or, how we're going to live without them, Let's just move on, make the decision. Thank you.
Okay, so what is the will of the board at this time? I need to figure out what the will of the board is before the motion advance.
I think we need to,
On,
on whether to allow the grant to continue. We're not talking about the 5 years. My understanding is that this is all precipitated by the fact that we're talking about a new grant. We're moving it, we're establishing it as a new grant. So I'm not sure where this 5 years comes in.
According to the Shellfish Department, there isn't anything out there.
I didn't say nothing out there. I said I haven't seen a lot of activity out there, but they have planted out there. We haven't gotten to their minimum productivity hearing, but theirs has also been roller coastery like Chopper. And they have documents more than Chopper brought tonight, just so you know.
That does raise a question. If we haven't had the productivity hearing, so maybe we should be continuing this.
yes, exactly.
So before we do that, sorry, I do want to try to get any testimony before we have to.
Thank you. My name is Jake Beinecke. I'm on the board of directors of ARC. And I just wanted to ask the select board, I believe the town council's opinion letter to you stipulated that the board does have some discretion in the interest of equity about what to do with this grant, given that it was awarded in 2016. And at that time, we did not meet the eligibility requirements to have the grant, but we have relied on that over the past several years, and it is an integral part of our business plan. So I would just respectfully ask that, as Rick has put forward, you consider allowing us to live out the remaining 5 years on the lease, so that we have sufficient time to plan for an alternative source of revenue to support the hatchery business. Thank you.
But we cannot do that. What has come to light is that, and it isn't anybody's, everybody, what has come to light is there is no way for this board to license such an entity in this town. And we need to look at if there's a way to do it so that the town's needs will be met. And 5 years is way too long, in my opinion. And it would be really great if SAB could meet on it, if we could continue the hearing and have this resolved, because I agree with John. We've been looking at this for months and not kick it down the road anymore. And at that time, also have a hearing about, productivity, right? Just like if you're going to do this, you get to be reviewed that way. And first of all, decide whether or not we want this regulation that would permit it with all these different terms and conditions that are quite severe, but they're not impossible and they're not inconsiderate. Or if we just want to say, if you want to be here, you have to come in with a special science collection license and do it that way, and you can't farm here and sell. Anyway.
Sorry, what was your name again? I'm getting tired.
That's all right. So am I. It's Jake Beinecke. And I guess this question is just for the board. Does the board need to act affirmatively to revoke the license that exists?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So I believe that the town council, in his opinion, advised you that you do have some discretion.
Damian Parkington, and then we,
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. I'm wondering if our regulations pertaining to lack or to moving out of town could be applied to this. If this hearing is the point of origin for determining that they don't have a domicile, then would they then have 18 months from now? We have don't we have a regulation that gives 18 months now?
May I address that?
Um,
That is only for people that are licensed and domiciled who lose their domicile status for reasons not under their control. It's very specific and you have to be domiciled here in order to comply, in order to get that. I'm getting tired too, believe it or not.
Okay, so it is almost 11.
Can we continue it?
Please.
I think we're going to have to, even though I don't. I prefer not to.
Early, so
So, yeah, so we would need to continue it to a date certain. Yeah, and the meeting schedule changed. Is that the updated schedule? Yeah. So are there members of SAB here still? Tom, hey, still with us?
When is their next meeting? The first?
Tom Sigia, member of the SAB. Our next meeting is June 1st.
Okay,
We have two topics. We have one topic that is budget that's going to be on there with a couple guest speakers. And then, depending on what happens here, we can talk about the new regs.
okay.
You have on the 7th and you have one on the 20th.
We can't have anything else on the 7th. We
I
have
thought there were
enough.
no more shellfish before. I thought there was no
the
more shellfish before
Gray was
town
continued.
meeting.
Yeah, so Gray was continued to the 7th. That license, but for this one, I think that's, yeah, the 28th, I don't know. I probably the first one in July.
You might want to change, if the town administrator said, then you might want to change the 7th continuation until the 28th. That's easy enough to let James know.
No, I don't want to. So,
Why can't we meet on the 21st? Here's
Because it's a town election.
Yeah, but,
the special town election.
It's heavily frowned upon by.
oh,
the
it's here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Sorry.
And there would be a different board member that would be elected, and
Well, that's the way,
so,
I know.
yeah.
5th of July, 19th.
5th of July. All right.
I didn't vote on your meeting.
Can I just make a point that
Yep.
we are into
Planting
growing
season,
season?
yeah.
And July, if we get to July, I mean, even any much past tonight, if we get too far into it, that grant's going to sit there for the year and not have activity whatsoever.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is special, and could we not have the 16th Thursday of June? In other words, Thursday is something that Ms. Carboni said would be a day that could happen for her. Mike can't be here for this. He'd have to recuse, and it would give to my, or we could do.
So the issue with that is if there's extensive deliberations about potential regulation changes at SAB. I don't know how long that might take. So, yep.
Decision that our
No, we-
decision-making on the question of revocation
no. So no determination's been made effectively.
So does that mean that we can just to continue this hearing?
Yep.
And discuss this question?
Yes.
And combine it.
Enrich the whole context by having everything having been looked at, because we couldn't do
Including the
the regulation hearing tonight. I feel that this was a very good hearing because a lot of different. Right.
I agree.
Yeah, and I guess
Yep.
what I was getting at. is to Continue this, if we're gonna continue the hearing, just continue the hearing on the subject of revocation and just focus on that and not. Might be late to discuss. but-
We adopted that. Reapply. If we
Only
adopt
by
it,
lottery.
Right.
Yeah. So that is a hardship. I just feel that the whole context should be looked at and decided by the board. And remember, the town dropped the ball on this as much as anybody. And I'm not sure, you heard where I am tonight, that I would vote for such a regulation, but I worked very hard on it to make it something that could apply fairly and strictly in these situations. But it's almost 11. Can we please just continue this?
I think we should have.
Kick them out just with no other
Well-
context?
How long do we want this to go on? How long can they afford to have this go on?
I have. No. You think? Do you think I don't listen to you?
Okay, well, we do, need. So, yes, so. Yeah. I move to revoke. I move to revoke license number 792 held by ARC, otherwise known as Aquaculture Research Corporation.
John, second.
Can you say what basis?
I don't need to. Motion to revoke
Yes, but why? Under
because
which
they don't meet the
regulation?
domicile regulations
Okay.
now.
So
But
it's not because of productivity or lack thereof.
no,
It's because they're not domiciled.
we're not having that hearing yet, so.
So you move to revoke it on the basis of lack of domicile.
I was
You
just
don't need
asking.
to specify that, you can just say to revoke.
Mm.
So
No,
right.
you can't. You have to
Okay,
say
so
why.
I move to revoke license number 792 held by Aquaculture Research Corporation, known as ARC, otherwise known as ARC, for not meeting the domicile requirements of Wellfleet shellfishing rules and regulations.
On second.
Okay. Have a roll call vote.
John, I.
Barbara, I.
Ryan, aye.
Ellen, nay, for the reason I said before.
Although I don't think we should necessarily allow this to happen, I think there should be full and fair consideration of it. Thank you.
Sorry, Rick. No. All right, can somebody let Charlie know? We have to cover his item tonight.
Did you? What is it?
Yep. Public meeting to discuss finding and recommendations of the finance team's internal review of Wellfleet's finances.
Oh, yeah.
Right, I just let them know.
And I think we can move the CBA, collective bargaining agreement.
And it wasn't all covered anyway, so.
Yeah, and there is one thing in his report that we also have to cover.
Yes. Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Like mentally talking to you.
You can go home, you know.
I know.
To the south.
What's that?
Charlie,
Alrighty.
we're on your item.
The press release?
Yes.
So I drafted this press release for the board. I'd ask you to consider, now next Tuesday, May 31st. There's a few items, but the most important is Lisa Sauvé, Mary McIsaac, and I will provide our findings and the results of our audit. We'll have a PowerPoint presentation. Lisa and Mary will be here with me, and we'll go over some pretty high level of detail. Present to the community what we found.
And you're looking for authorization to issue the press release. And to be clear, on the 31st, there will be we're advertising the financial findings as a public hearing as well.
We didn't do it as an advertisement because we didn't have much time to do that, get it in the newspaper, but we'll have it on the website. We just want to let people know.
It won't only be on the agenda.
Yeah, we'll have to try to get the word out a little bit more. Okay. Is there any discussion about the press release?
No, thank you.
Okay, so I move to approve. So when are you looking to issue this, Charlie?
Do it tomorrow.
Okay, so do we want to authorize a single signer?
Yes, I move that we approve the press release as drafted by the town administrator and to authorize the chair, Ryan Curley, if he doesn't mind, to sign it.
If he doesn't mind. I'll second. So have any discussion or a roll call vote?
John, I.
Barbara, I.
Brian, aye.
Illinois.
Okay, motion carries 4-0. Collective bargaining agreements. We can skip the annual town meeting review and the instructions to other boards and committees. But collective bargaining agreements, it is, sorry. So it's Wellfleet Police Officers Union and the Wellfleet Communications Union, Mass Cops Local 362 that we are ready to move out of executive session. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What's the proper motion?
I would ask that the board ratify the settlement agreement that I presented to you in executive session this evening.
Okay,
And of course, I will just add that it is subject to town meeting approval.
I move to ratify the Wellfleet Police Officers Union collective bargaining agreement. As
Yeah,
presented. As presented, subject to town meeting approval.
Helen second.
Can I have a roll call vote?
John, I.
Ryan, I.
Helen, aye.
So I move to ratify the collective bargaining agreement as presented with the Wellfleet Communications Union, Mass Cops Local 362B, subject to town meeting approval. Okay, can I have a roll call vote, please?
John, I.
Ryan, I.
Helen, aye.
Okay. So, all right. Select board reports. Are there any? or-
Yes, I went to the Division of Marine Fisheries Shellfishing Advisory Panel meeting. I attended on Zoom. Michael DeVasto was there too, and Hillary Lemos, Greenberg Lemos was there, and Becca Taylor was there. And none of us said anything.
All right. Charlie. Town administrators report.
Oh, and Nancy Chabetta was there.
I have some good news. It can wait till next week.
I think
But I do have one important item.
Yep.
Thank you. I do have a First Amendment to the purchase and sales agreement. I did send it out to the board by email. And I forget when I did it, because I'm tired. But this is just granting us an extension on the review process through June 28th, 2022. We need more time to review information relative to the financials on the campground. Morris campground property. So this is just a one-page document prepared by town council that would the buyer, the seller is supportive of it and has agreed. And I think it would be easier if we could do it and have the chair sign.
Barbara?
So what's the current deadline?
First,
I think it was June 1st.
and then the other one was like June 8th or June 11th.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry to prolong this.
Yep.
Oh, it's
a
okay.
long night, but I know there was another date in the purchase and sale agreement time. The date by which the seller had to provide certain documents related to any leases or other agreements with anyone, basically. So do we need to, if we need for time beyond 20 weeks, get information in time, all the information we need, is it possible to extend, might it be possible to extend it further than that? Or is that a cutoff date after which?
So for the leases, we have all the ones that are on record right now. There will probably be others that are issued throughout the summer, so there's a later deadline date to accommodate those. And the other extension that is being requested is for the grounds inspection. And building inspection. So, do you need a motion, Charlie?
I think so.
Okay. I'll second. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
John, I.
Barbara, I.
Ryan, I.
Helen, aye.
Topics for future discussion.
In such a long.
Yeah, if you have one and you just email me, and then I'll look at- add it to the list. Correspondence of vacancy reports. Was an item I meant to bring up here. I don't remember what it was. I think so. Do we want to do the minutes tonight? No? All right. Is that acceptable to everybody else? Yes, okay. So with that, I move to adjourn.
Helen second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
John, I.
Barbara, I.
Brian, I.
Helen, I. Thank
All
you
right,
all.
thank you.
I'll put on my Kevlar jacket. before
Oh, I
go
know.
outside.
Will you walk out to the parking lot with me?